Let us pray. Dear Lord, as we come before you again, once again, we want to thank you for your bountiful blessings and all the different things that you have done for us, Lord. And Lord, as we meet today and discuss the business of Jasper County and the citizens of Hardyville, Lord, we ask that you guide us and direct us, that we'll look out for the citizens the best way that we can. And also, Lord, we know there's a lot of different problems facing our nation. And we just ask that you give our leaders the wisdom to handle these in the best way that you can. All these things we ask in your most precious name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for a moment of silence for our servicemen and women who have fought and died for our freedom, and for all those who continue to serve around the world, protecting our way of life. Thank you. I'll now call this meeting to order. This is the City of Hardyville regular City Council meeting and public hearing, 205 Main Street, Hardyville, South Carolina, February 19th, 2026 at 4 p.m. Our first order of business is to approve the agenda for this afternoon. May I have a motion to approve, disapprove, or make any changes to the agenda?
Motion to approve the agenda.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Next, we have executive session, discussion of negotiations incident to proposed contractual arrangement, and proposed sale or purchase of property 30-470A2, Main Street area, potential property acquisition. May I have a motion to go into executive session?
Motion to go to executive session.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. We are now in an executive session. We will return promptly at 5 p.m. Mr. Gruber, here or in the other room?
The first part of it, but what we talked about today.
Meeting at 4 p.m. We have had our invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, call to order, approval of agenda, and executive session. So now we need to come back into regular session from executive session. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to go back to regular session.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Any comments? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Next is public comments, and we do not have anyone signed up in the city. Okay, public presentations, we have none this evening. We have presentation and approval of minutes from February 5th, regular city council meeting. May I have a motion to approve, disapprove, or make any changes to the minutes of February 5th? We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion. We have a second. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay, we go into old business. This is first reading of an ordinance to adopt the master plan submittal for attractive land consisting of approximately 55.74 acres, known generally as South Point Parcel, 13 townhomes in the South Point Plan Development District, and to amend the official zoning map of the city of Hardeeville to indicate that portion subject to the master plan. This is ordinance 2025-11-06E. This has been tabled from previous introductions. Mr. Gruber, will you take it from here?
Thank you, Mayor. This matter is part of a planned development district that encompasses land on the southwestern side of Exit 8. The planned development district and development agreement have already been approved for this property. This is the first master plan that has been submitted as far as this development, and this is covering a portion of the residential density that's been allocated within this development. When it came up last time, there was a number of concerns that were raised regarding traffic safety in and around the John Smith Road area. Ultimately, as a result of those discussions, staff has developed a number of conditions that it would recommend to council to consider as part of its consideration of this request. And I would like staff to come up now and kind of summarize those and tee this issue up for us, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Good to see you. We just put in from information we received from Mr. Gerber, the proposed conditions, hours of operation. That would be no heavy equipment would be allowed to enter or exit during certain hours. Mainly those are high traffic hours. Duration, maximum duration of activity, 12 weeks from the date the permit is first issued. The route, we do have a diagram on that one too. Katie, could you pull that one up? That shows the route that they would take with these large trucks to get back out to I-95. So they would come off of the property on John Smith Road, turn right onto 278, and go down to a median cut that has a decel lane that is appropriate for a turnaround, turn around there, and then go back up to Exit 8. We know from previous developments, they're kind of using that same route of doing the turnaround on 278, so we felt like that was appropriate. And that got them on to I-95 to get to the mill and where they need to be for those lumber trucks. Flagging, they want to make sure that we have flaggers that will be assisting with all of this and for safety purposes and congestion purposes, especially with the amount of construction that's going on in the roadways these days. Access design with sufficient turning radius for these trucks. We know they do have to turn wider and are a little bit more awkward out there. We asked for the mud mats, the dirt prevention. Those will be installed at the exit point. Katie's going to pull up what those mats are actually called. These are similar to the ones that are at the Morgan tract. So there will cleaning mats. And you're doing a great job, Katie. And number 7, any documented confirmed violation of these conditions will result in the revocation of the permit. And then we'll have to work all that out with us and all the considered agencies and affected people. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Gruber, are there any other presentations or input?
Not from the staff standpoint, no, sir.
Okay. Let's now go, this is also a public hearing. I'd like to offer the public the opportunity, before I turn it over to council questions. Does anyone from the public have any comments about this development and master plan? Okay, let's start with Mr. Mearsman. Any comments or questions?
Yeah, this is a staff question. Just to get it out there, the first few requirements of this, the hours of operation, the duration, the flag and flaggers, this will be asked of, and the mud maps. This is going to be asked of all future master plans as we move forward.
That is something we are taking from what we learned and what we've experienced from recent developments and paying it forward.
Yes, sir. I believe that this creates a set of best practices that would likely be applicable to all future requests that come in. And now they'll vary a little bit based upon the individual circumstances of the property, but otherwise, all of these aspects should be addressed in some way.
Okay, then I was just more concerned about the hours of operation because that's not gonna change no matter where the development is at in the mud maps and the flag. The safety has gotta be paramount in everything that we do with that.
For the foreseeable future, especially as I mentioned with all of the road construction that is going on in the area, this is definitely a great plan to move forward.
Thank you, that's all, Mayor.
Mrs. Guzman?
Question again for staff. Will there be a flagger when they get up on 278 to do the UE to go westbound on 278? Will there be a flagger at that intersection? The reason I ask was when I was coming in today, there was a 18-wheeler that turned at that particular intersection. Actually, no, he turned in front of Brickyard. He scared me. But I said this is exactly what we're going to see when, when this thing happens. So there is going to be a flagger.
That is not a condition that we had talked about with them. We talked about having a flagger to help them get out of the property onto the roadway, and then if there was construction occurring on 278, to facilitate them getting onto 278. But if that's something that you think is important, we can certainly add that to the conditions. But I would say that we know that there's at least a fairly significant volume of trucks that are making that existing turn movement. It sounds like you may have seen one earlier today.
Yes.
And up until this point, they've been able to do so very safely. There's been no issues. So that's not something that we identified, but if you feel that that's important, that's certainly something that we can incorporate.
I mean, is that something that we can keep in our back pocket if something does arise
Correct.
that can be incorporated in there?
Absolutely. We can reserve the right to request additional flaggers if required in order to meet all of our safety goals.
Okay, because I feel honestly, when these 18-wheelers, they put themselves out there and expect the smaller cars to stop. And I fear everyone's coming down 55, supposed to be 55, but we know nobody does 55 on 278. They're flying. And I'm scared that there will be some really bad accidents there. So I'm just, concerned for the safety of everybody that's using that road during this operation.
Certainly.
Okay. No further, Mayor.
Mr. White?
My questions have already been asked. In the flagger situation, I think is an important one.
Mr. Carroll?
Well, the main thing that I had concern was the route, and thanks to Chief Woodward and the police department, they've come up, I think, with a fair proposal, and that was one of my main concerns. And let me just double check. So, Brownie, you're saying basically the window of operations are 5 hours from between 10 and 3? Because it says no you're not allowed to enter or exit from between 7 and 10. So from 10 to 3, they can operate, and after that, they can't operate anymore.
And that's for the big,
Yeah, so that's just the
5 hour.
entering and exiting. So what our current regulations allow is from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., they could be on site doing work.
Okay, that
But the
was my-
trucks can
okay.
only enter and
Enter and
leave
exit
during
in
that.
5-hour window.
Correct.
Okay, okay. That's it, Mayor.
I have a couple of questions. In the summary, I guess it's from the Planning Commission, the location of active open space did not meet intent of comprehensive plan. Could you explain that?
that has been remedied, and I apologize for not getting it fixed in that agenda summary, but it has been remedied by the applicant. Katie's probably more attuned to the specifics.
So it previously was located back here in this area was the primary active open space. And instead they have provided park and amenity areas throughout the development so that everyone has equal access. And the Planning Commission was specifically really concerned about not only this power line easement right here, which is very open right now, but also going around this lagoon to have kids get back here to this open area. So they still have open space back there. They haven't removed that from the plan, but the active open space requirement is being met within the main development area.
And while you're both up there, could you explain again how people are going to get in and out of this development? Onto what roads? What are the access points?
So, yeah, I wish I had a different exhibit here, but so this is the main access right here. There is an emergency access up in the northern part of this, but this connects down to the road that would ultimately connect to Pine Arbor, and then this goes towards 278.
But when the development starts, what roads will be in place? Will the road to 278 be done too?
The road to 278, that part is being started by SCDOT. I don't have their exact timeline on the completion of that portion.
There will have to be access.
Right.
They won't be able to open if they don't have.
And so they're going to have both accesses before a certificate of occupancy is given here?
They may not have both, but they will have to have clear that it's approved not only by us, but by the entire staff review committee, including DOT and the fire department and others.
And we do have representatives from the applicant here if we want to have them answer that. But I think it's safe to say this entrance here off of John Smith Road is likely to be the primary access, at least initially. But ultimately, the full access for the site at development will include the access to 278 as well. But I think we need to assume that at least for the initial construction of this phase, the access is going to come off of Pine Arbor Road. John Smith Road.
Across from Pine Arbor.
Yes, sir.
So from what you just said, it's safe to say that there is only going to be one access in and out of this area until indefinitely. There's no definite timetable for the other road to be finished. Is that correct?
And we'd have to, as Josh mentioned, check with the applicant on their timeline, but we know that the DOT's looking at about 4 or 5 years for what they're doing, and the desire is to start moving on some of these roadways sooner rather than later from the applicant, from what we've heard.
To me, that's a concern, okay? And I'll tell you, did anybody drive here at 2:30? I did, and I almost T-boned somebody coming out of Pine Arbor Road. And why? Because there was an accident in Bluffton, and it rerouted all the roads, all the traffic onto Pine Arbor, John Smith Road, and 278. Now what's going to happen is the bridge on John Smith Road's going to be closed for a year. And where are they going to go? 278, John Smith Road. I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. We have construction going to take place. We have $8 million to fix John Smith Road 278. There's a light going to go in there. We're going to have a bridge that's going to be down for a year. It's going to reroute traffic throughout that entire area, including right out front here. I believed it before, I'll say it again. This should wait until all these road improvements are finished. To me, there is no reason to rush. We have a chance, we have the money, we have the plan to fix the infrastructure before construction. Wait, I see no reason to approve this until those things are done. And I will vote no, as I have every time this development has come up since June 2022. It's a bad location, it's a bad development, and it's only going to make the traffic in that area worse. And I will not vote for it tonight or ever. So. Having said that, I guess we've had the public weigh in. The council's weighed in. Now we need to have a motion to approve, disapprove, or make any changes to this ordinance.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to table this until we have a definitive timeline for completion of the other roads as you speak. I would like to delay this for 30 days.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Mr. Mayor, before you call for a vote, can you please provide me with clarification on what you're asking staff to procure or to bring back within this 30-day period?
Mr. Mearsman, it's your motion. Please.
I would like to have at least an estimated timeline. Any more information that you can provide for me and the public would be useful. We know John Smith Bridge, I've heard everywhere from a year ago to next month that bridge is going to be closed. Then that is going to make some major differences. How this is all going to shake out. I'm just asking for information so everybody knows where we're at with this.
So a clear timetable as to when DOT is going to shut down John Smith Road, where the traffic's going to go once that's done. What's the timetable to fix the John Smith Road and 278 intersection, including putting a light there? Because if the light's there, then, and that intersection's done, right, then you don't have to make a right-hand turn, have a big truck make a U-turn in the middle of a 60-mile-an-hour road. And so you want to have a timetable for those things? Is that, I'm just asking, this is a question.
Not so much in that order, Mr. Mayor.
It's more for Josh, so he understands what to do.
I'm sorry. I just bring this up because of the concerns that have been raised here tonight with this, that we don't know. And I don't mean to stop this project in any shape or form, but we've got to make it the safest that we have. The bridge being out. Has DOT presented any traffic update on how they will handle that as the bridge is gone?
Good evening, Willie Powell with Ward Edwards Engineering. At one of our past meetings, we were asked similar questions, and we actually have a timeline that shows the entitlement and development schedule for parcel 13. It also shows the timeline for the expected DOT bridge closure on John Smith Road as discussed with the DOT project manager. And we also have worked with Ms. Vincent to understand the latest schedule for the John Smith and 278 intersection work. And I have that on a flash drive. I'm able to provide that up. Is that okay?
Great.
With council?
Council, this is out of order, and we have, this is not, nobody's asked you.
I understand.
So we're out of order here, and maintaining the order is important. So we had a motion on the floor, and Mr. Mearsman, it's your motion. So I'll leave it in your hands. Do you want to hear some additional information before I ask for a second?
Mr. Mayor, I call for the question. I made a motion. It survives or it dies.
Okay, no, that's,
A point of order, you said 30 days. Our next meeting in 30 days is March 19th. So
Mayor, I
we
won't
can
be
have
here.
that date certain. If you're
I will not be here. I would prefer it not be March 19th.
see so you have
So April 5th?
either March 5th, March 19th, or April 2nd.
April.
April 2nd, that will give you and staff time to make a presentation that is understandable. This has been delayed numerous times, and not through your fault, our fault, or anybody's true fault, but we have to have a timeline. I agree with the mayor, but like I said, I don't want to stop this development, but we have to have a timeline. We can't just say when. So, again, I call for the question.
Okay, there is a motion. Is there a second? I'll second it. We have a motion. We have a second. Is there any comments or questions? And the motion is April 2nd, Mr. Mearsman?
April 2nd, yes, sir.
So we have a motion to table to April 2nd. There's a motion. There's a second. Any comments or questions from council? Seeing none, I'll call for a voice vote on this. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, this is tabled to April 2nd. Okay. Okay, next we have the first reading of an ordinance to adopt an initial master plan for parcel 067-00-01-042, to be known as townhomes and cottages at East Argent Parkway, East Argent PDD, McGuinn Master Plan. This is 2026-02-05D. Mr. Gruber, please.
Thank you, Mayor. This item originally appeared before the Planning Commission a number of months ago. At that meeting, a number of questions and concerns were raised by the residents as well as members of the Planning Commission. That led to us holding a workshop on this matter where, again, a number of questions and concerns were raised. At the conclusion of the workshop, we had requested the applicant to meet directly with residents from the community to try to work out as many differences as they possibly could. Those conversations have occurred and have resulted in kind of a couple of suggestions and recommendations. But I've asked staff to put together a presentation that helps us really kind of understand procedurally where we are with this particular item, particularly understanding what development entitlements and approvals have already been received by this development, and therefore really kind of define the scope of what we are talking about this evening. So with that backup, I would ask staff to go ahead and present this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Gerber.
Microphone on.
I think it's on. Yes, it's on. I just need to talk into it better. And learn how to talk again, apparently. So yes, we're talking about the townhomes and cottages at East Argent. They are located just east of Riverton Point Golf Course. You can see here the green on the right-hand map. This is actually East Argent Plan Development, so it is incorporated. It is located right about, right about there in East Argent. Getting it to move was not going to work for me. This was the East Argent PDD concept plan that was approved. As you can see, this property is part of the southern tract. That's the yellow portion. It's called the southern tract. And there were certain densities and entitlements that were given to the different tracts, the southern tract, the northern tract, and others. So, but this one is included in the southern tract. East Argent Plan Development District was approved in 2005. At that point, for 12,000 plus residential units and almost 1,400 acres of commercial. It was amended in 2017 for 9,500 residential units, so the density was lowered in 2017, and 1.5 million square feet of commercial. They did change it from acres to commercial, so they adjusted that slightly. With each of these plan development districts, the master developer, the original developer, has a process through our development agreement and other things. It's called an assignment of rights. And through that, they assign the density and rights that can be used by the developer and on that any specific parcel. Those are sent to the city. The legal department gets them, the planning department gets them. So we know when these master plans come forward, what kind of density has been assigned to that parcel. This is the East Argent PDD, where it assigns the different areas in density. As you can see, this is in 2017, since then, where it is. And the assignment of the density for those tracts for Farmhouse and for McGuinn are included in that design. Project timeline in October of 25, we went to Planning Commission. They tabled the project. Went back in November for additional information and standards improvements. Planning Commission recommended approval with conditions. We had our workshop in December, as Mr. Gruber mentioned, and in January 5th is when the residents had a meeting with the residents from the developers and worked out some more details. So I'm turning it over to Katie now.
And just a quick reminder of what we're looking at tonight. It's just under 29 acres for a total of 151 units, which is comprised of 11 two-story buildings and 23 story buildings. The most current proposed master plan that is before you is up here, and it does show the addition of a 4 to 5 foot berm with buffer planting on top. Here is a 25 foot preserved buffer. And then on the next slide, some of the updates include meetings and discussions with the residents, guest parking improvements, which includes the addition of parking spaces up here for guest parking, and then enhanced buffers. So you have a combination of preserved buffers, landscape buffers, and then that berm buffer, which is proposed to be replanted with fast-growing materials to create a living fence, much like we have done in some of the other approvals recently. At this time, I'll invite Rusty up here to introduce himself and provide some more details on those meetings and discussions that the applicant has had since your last meeting.
I would also, Rusty, I'd like to have an introduction of the principles of this project. You're the engineers. Please let us know who the principals are and introduce them.
Yes, sir. So we have Eric Olson. He is the division president with McGuinn Homes. Is here to speak on behalf of McGuinn Homes.
Okay,
Nice to meet everybody.
thank you.
Y'all may recognize him. He's local. He's from here, so he's been here many times. So let me see. Where do I plug this up? There we go.
There you go.
There we go. Super simple. Okay. All right, so Katie went ahead and Brandon, thank y'all so much for going through. I'll skip engagement. I'll go back about the engagement is we did meet with the residents of Riverton Point on January 5th. We sat down with a select few of the residents. I think there were, I can't remember, feel like there were 6 residents. And then we talked about different options and everything as far as reevaluating layouts of the site, buffers. We talked about eliminating some of the home sites and a number of those different areas. And then we felt like it was important to go with the residents out and walk the buffer that was remaining on the Riverton Point portion of the site and walk through those trees and kind of get a feel for what that looked like. And so we felt like it was a beneficial meeting. We walked away from that meeting understanding that there were a couple key concerns. One was just a visual buffer. They wanted something there that would block that. And that's something that the council mentioned as well during our last workshop and everything. And then they also mentioned headlights was a big concern and something they wanted to try to alleviate. And so through talking with them and discussions on site, we mentioned the idea of building a 4 to 5 foot berm with fast growing vegetation on it to create that living fence. And that our thoughts on that was we could go ahead and just leave the trees as they are and then plant a living fence. But what we wanted to do was build that berm and go ahead and have that in place and let things grow in to go ahead and create that visual buffer as much as possible from early on, from headlights and those sort of things being able to shine through. I think the fence would provide the buffer, the living fence would provide the buffer, but it wouldn't on day one. It'd be very tough to have the visual buffer that they're looking for. So since that meeting, there's been a number of emails. They've asked for other larger berms, changing of the lay plan, still looking at trying to get the layout changed. I'm sure you'll hear plenty of those a little bit later. And so walking through open space, active open space on the site, we have basically 2 amenity areas. The provided open space is 1.62 of active open space, which is 0.56 of the development. But if you include the community trail and let's see if I can get this thing to work.
Pull it down towards that one.
Oh, that's switching stuff around. This one?
Yep.
There we go. So this here is what we're referring to as a green space trail that will basically connect throughout the community all the way through to the active areas. If you include both of those, we're at 8.4% active open space. And then we have 1.81 acres of green space. And then we have some sidewalks throughout, community trails and those sort of things. The next thing I wanted to walk through, these were some site visits or pictures from the site. This is standing roughly right at the property line and looking back at those residents. As you said last time, Mayor, you're right. You look at this, I could see you blinking at me on the other side of that. So I agree, you were right. So the one that's probably the biggest concern is you can see here, this is a sidewalk and the cart path for the golf cart. And this area here is just beyond that. So I'll go back to the plan and show that, that area is in this general vicinity here. And that is a Beaufort Jasper water or sewer easement. So there's not anything that we can do there in that space. We can plant some shrubs and those type of things, but Beaufort Jaspers want to maintain access through that, so we can build a berm and we can plant some shrubs to be able to build that buffer between the two. And as Katie's already gone through, talked about the different berms we're proposing. I've mentioned it many times as well. So this is what we've done is we've updated our visual impact. You can see now, after going out there and looking at it, basically these pine trees, the canopy it's about 20 or 30 feet up. And so it's just a bunch of pine trees and trunks and everything is all you see. So there's plenty of room to be able to see through there and everything. So what we're proposing is, here's our 4 to 5 foot berm, which does look small. We're planting it with shrubs and pine trees to be able to create some form of growth. And then so in 10 years, 5 to 10 years, this is what we would basically be having there at that location. And so that is that's the one closest to the homes and everybody that's been, I think, the topic that most people are concerned with. This is the current ordinance in the city for buffers. Single family, if you want to look at this from single family to single family, so all residential, they really don't even have one. But what we're looking at is a 25-foot buffer with a fence or 8 feet of 8 feet of visual buffer between them. That buffer yard 4 is a single family dwelling against a non-effluent producing industry, or a commercial. I mean, that is basically one of the best buffers that's in the current ordinance right now. And so you can see it lists here 8-foot fence, but also in your guidance you have a substitution from that, doing the walls or opaque fence. You can do a 8-foot high opaque structure. So in here you have a 4 to 5 foot wall, and then 3 to 4 foot of live green evergreen screening. And so that is exactly what we're trying to propose here. And this is the entire visual impact. Then we have traffic has always been a concern here. This will have 79 a.m., 93 p.m. peak hour trips. There's already an intersection signalized at Argent Boulevard and East Argent Parkway. And there's a number of other improvements that are the council's already aware of, that are planned in this whole corridor and everything. And it's been a topic that's been mentioned many times here. With that, I'll let Eric Olson-Wood McGuinn come up and speak about the elevations, a little bit about what he's trying to achieve here.
Yeah. How's everybody doing? My name is Eric Olson. I'm the division president with McGuinn Homes. So first off, as I told Planning Commission, we're not a publicly traded company. We're a South Carolina company. We've been building homes for 40 years. When I met Wade 5 years ago, the opportunity in this market for us is the median area in income can't afford the median area home price. So we serve the underserved home buyer. We serve the nurses. We serve the firefighters. We serve the police officers. That's our clientele. With this product right here and the design of this community, what we're trying to do is be really cognizant of both a master plan that has the correct open space, the correct site optics that match the vision of both the PD, the master developer of the East Argent PD, and then the vision of the city as a whole. And then inside of that, having attractive product that actually works within a density level that is far less than what the project and the property is entitled for. So to be specific with what we're looking at up there, and I'm not going to, I guess I'll give it a shot. Which button do I hit? Top button. Okay. So this would be prototypical. We have not finalized. I want to be clear in the master planning process. We have not finalized our product yet. This would be a prototypical 2-story product for us, which is what we have committed to in our master plan along the perimeter. This is in part, primarily in the interest of being good neighbors to Riverton Point, with sightlines and/or building heights that are no higher than our neighbors next door. These right here are what we consider to be our cottage series. Yes, they are 3-story. The bottom floor is simply the garage and the entry, and then the second and the third floor are the main living areas of these units. This cottage series would be interior within the centroid of the project as a whole. So the intent is that these are not along the perimeter. We do not have 3-story product along the perimeter of this project. Good. Any questions or any detail with the proposed product right now and/or the project as a whole from a developer perspective?
Trust me, you'll get plenty of questions.
I know. I believe it. All right.
Yeah, let's go to the next slide. Let's go leave it on that. There we go.
We hear you.
So you need me?
No, when you're done, we'll
That
go
was
to
it.
the
That's it.
next.
That's the end of our presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you. What we're going to do is open this up for public comment. First, I would like to ask the council if they wish, and let me get the right wording. Would you like to suspend the rules of public comment for this meeting, meaning instead of 3 minutes each and a total of 30 minutes, and change that to 5 minutes each and a total of 45 minutes? So it'd still be 10 speakers total, or max amount of time would go up by 15 minutes. That's up to the council. We've had a number of things going on, so it's up to you, and it will require a supermajority vote in order to change our rules. So I'd like a motion from council to either to approve this change or to disapprove it.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we suspend the portion of the rules of the 30-minute limit and 3-minute time frame and go with 5 minutes, 45 minutes for this meeting.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, please say aye. 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 All opposed. Okay. So we will now have a total of 45 minutes and a maximum of 5 minutes for every speaker. As I always say, we have a lot of people here, and as a courtesy to us all, it's not productive if 10 people come up and say the exact same thing. So I will ask after each speaker if there's a show of hands, if everybody agrees with that. And I would just ask everyone to, you're welcome to come up, use your 5 minutes. You can say whatever you want, but I would ask that you try to say something different each time, okay? So having said that, who wants to go first? Mr. Becker, please state your name and address for the public record, and you are on the clock when you say.
So can I just hand these out? It's great seeing you all again. It's trying to make me nervous, but I'm already normally nervous. Honestly, I can't thank you guys enough. Katie, thank you. For you guys as well. Okay, so again, we do appreciate all of the site visits that we went on, everyone that participated. That was fantastic. We learned a lot. Hopefully, I think I'm a little bit early. That's me. Sorry. There I am. Okay. So from those site visits, we learned a lot. We learned a lot from you. We had great conversations, and I really appreciate part of the process. We appreciate the extra 5 minutes, the 5 minutes. Okay. So, in order to do this rather quickly, we're only going to have like 4 or 5 people speak. I don't know if they'll take all 5 minutes and then open up to the rest of the people that are in this room. So the first 4 or 5 are going to be a little bit coordinated. And what I want you to look at, to try to make this very quickly, you're all familiar with the layout. So I want you to look at the bottom, the original view, the original layout. I know there's some design changes, but the physical layout of the homes is still the same. Okay, up on top is an alternative, and it's my illustration. I am not an engineer by trade. That's my illustration. John after me is the professional, accredited professional, who will talk more about how this will work, okay? But let me just go through and I gotta put my glasses on here a little bit. So let me just go through and look at it and say a couple of key points. One, it's the exact same number of units. So we listened to everybody, we didn't alter the units. And what you'll see is the one on top hopefully looks a little less dense. And what we did to get that extra space was remove the alleys. So if you remove the alleys, it accomplishes a number of things which gives you more space. So let me just go through and talk about the mayor's comments regarding the amenity area in our backyard. We believe that's taken care of. The poorly located fire pit, which you can now see is in a better location on the top view. Lighting impacts, you know, when the mayor brought that up, I never even thought about it the first time, all the lights from the back of the homes. But it did remind me then to start looking at the street lights. All those streets and alleys are all headlights coming right at us. So I think this will alleviate some of that. So I think many of the things in the comments that the mayor had, I think, are reasonably addressed. Are they all done? No, but I think instead of 10 and a 5, we might be down to about an 8 and a 5, right? 5-pound bag, 8, you know, so we're trying to get it down. Councilman Mearsman, I watched that video 4 or 5 times and listened to every one of your comments very closely. You asked some great questions. You said, can you move the homes? Can you move 3 of the homes? Or can you flip them all the way on the other side? The answer has got to be obviously yes. You know, if the builder and designer is interested in doing it, it could be done. And I think we're coming up with an idea that's actually a better design. So we appreciate your question, and we believe that that was a great question. Also, Mayor Pro Tem, Ms. Valerie, talked about the river of water. And if you look at the bottom drawing, the original one, we talked about all those homes really in the flooding that was going to come through it. So we removed those homes, we put them up on the top portion of it, and then based on what I could understand from Rusty's comments, the way they're going to try to mitigate that water, it's probably better. The homes will be safer, and the mitigation to that water will be easier, I think. I'm not an engineer, let Rusty talk to that. And again, the meeting that we had was very cordial, and we appreciate the feedback and comments. But I will say, real quickly, to try to keep this moving, I don't need to take up the whole 5 minutes. The question that we have is why not, right? It's real simple. You know, I don't know if this is the perfect layout. John's going to come up and talk about the reasons why this can be done. He'll come up with a couple other proposals, but I think, again, we're not against the building of the site. We just want to make it something that we can reasonably all be happy with, okay? So on the left-hand side, what you'll see, and there's no reason to read all that, this was our correspondence I sent everybody. I think everyone saw this, was the total email string that we had between Eric and myself and Rusty and some of the members. And I sent it to all the council members earlier this morning because I didn't, you know, you can't read all this, right? But it basically describes our position on the berms and their position and ours, you know, slightly different. So when you read through that, you'll understand what they're proposing and what we feel is the right way to do this. Okay, again, I don't want to keep this, I think that's a general comments. I think it's very important. We do appreciate all the feedback from council and everyone that was involved. Mayor, last time I just jumped to John and introduced him, but I know you wanted to pause in between this to get response if the people agree or disagree, or because that's really my first part of it. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Does anyone disagree with what was just said? I think it'll be easier to count. Okay. All right. Thank you. Who's next? John, please state your name and address for the public record.
I just have one question. How do you advance this? Oh, arrows. The arrow?
And the microphone.
Right here. Sorry, I grew up in a different century. My name is John Ruggieri. My address is 1661 Laurel Oak Avenue, Riverton Point. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I'll be presenting 3 slides that explore potential modifications to the site plan. After a thorough review of the PDD, MZDO, and the proposed plan, we recognize the proponent's right to develop residential under the PDD. The purpose of this discussion is to explore ways to increase the buffer. We seek these options under the MZDO. We do not believe that the design features meet the intent of the MZDO. The following graphics are more than illustrative. They are AutoCAD based using the plan provided by the proponent and base information prepared by Thomas Hutton and the Nicholas Design Group. The plan at the top left is the proposed site plan. Noted in green at the bottom are the 4 conditions along the joint property line. The red arrow locates the open door that Chris referred to earlier. These proposals are intended to further discussions between the 2 parties in a future work session. The plan on the right increases the buffer in the area where no trees exist between the 2 properties. It does so by moving 2 buildings, 3 buildings, to other locations and increasing the size of 3 buildings to keep the unit count the same. The unit mix and the count remain the same as proposed. I just want to re-emphasize that. The plan at the bottom relocates all buildings along the joint property line by flipping the site plan and relocating most of the buildings in the proposed 50-foot setback along the East Argent Avenue while still saving trees on the frontage. These 3 illustrations are perspectives of the site plans, looking from north to south along the joint property line. The illustrations show the varied distances achieved if the locations of the buildings are in fact modified. The top illustration includes the heights of the existing berm at the north end of the property. As you can see, the conditions vary. The 2 optional plans significantly increase the buffer. The last slide presents cross sections through the townhouse site and the single-family home on Riverton Point. The dimensions as shown are the best that I can do in interpreting the proponent's site plan. Overall dimensions across the site are equal, as are the setbacks and the internal roadway dimensions. The 3 sections are taken at the same location to ensure comparable accuracy. Setback and buffer have been increased from 25 to 30 feet as per the requirements of the MZDO for this adjacent condition between 2 residential developments. Significant buffer can be achieved by either saving trees in the undisturbed area and or establishing a 14-foot high berm and wall or landscape fence within the red oval. The black arrow on each illustration indicates the line of sight from eye level in the existing home through the site. As you can see, the 2 alternatives would be successful in significantly reducing visual impact on the townhomes. We request that council recommend an additional workshop if it approves the use at this first hearing. Thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Next. Please state your name and address for the public record.
Hi, good evening. My name is Chris Newbern. I live at 622 Riverton Point Boulevard. The objective tonight for me is to talk about buffers. On the first slide, you can see here, we believe that adequate buffers remain a serious concern with this project. Many of you on the council and others have been out to the site, so these photographs here are probably old news. But just as a reminder, proximity issues on the golf course on the left-hand picture what we call the open door, where the property line to the tree line is 65 feet. Rusty mentioned the sewer easement there. And then on the right is the proximity to the existing homes. These issues haven't changed. They still remain serious concerns. The outcome of the McGinn site visit for sure is puzzling to me. They seem to agree that the proposed 25-foot buffer is inadequate. They recognize that the open door issue is problematic, but no solutions have surfaced as of date. But they proposed cutting down more trees to solve these issues. I'm an educated man, but I don't get that. They want to remove the 25-foot undisturbed buffer, put a 4-foot planted berm. On the photograph on the top right, you can see what a potential berm looks like with single-story family units behind. Now, I didn't do the math, but I don't know if any of us will be living long enough to see density value come from a berm that looks like that. So I'm not going to vote for it. Now, if you go down to the bottom, the line of sight study, that was in the recent master plan submitted, I think it clearly illustrates why this berm idea is inadequate. And one thing I want to point out, as you look at that graphic, all of those trees, all of that property is Riverton Point property. The 60-foot that Rusty mentioned is Riverton Point 60-foot wooded area. The McGinn proposal to the right there, you could see, does have the small berm, but all the trees are gone. Now, the residents agree wholeheartedly. We want to just say no to berms. The Planning Commission approval was based on several motions which have already been noted, but they indicated understory plantings that complemented the existing trees. Not trees that were there, but the existing tree lines. The planted berms have less long-term density value versus these existing trees, and they're definitely not conducive to the low country natural feel. And why are we not talking about this open door issue? It's obviously a big concern, the aesthetics between the golf course and the adjacent property, but we're not talking about it at all. I'll tell you why. Because it's a problem. What you see here is that this open door is wide open. These are our depictions of what would happen if that tree line is removed because it's 65 feet beyond the existing property line that's noted. And then these housing units, 2-story housing units, are placed. Now you'll notice there's trees on the right and left, but the majority of the tree line is on the McGinn property proposal. And I think this is fairly accurate representation of what we're going to be seeing, if this isn't addressed in some manner. Now, no berm is going to essentially restore the low country feel that you can see going on here, and obviously the safety and security measures that have been mentioned. We obviously support the relocation of these units, but if for some reason on God's green earth that we can't find a way to move these units, why are we not talking about a fence? A fence closes the open door and can be easily incorporated into the site design, the buffer, and the understory discussions that we've already had. And the precedent already exists. Just look at Okatee Crossing, a recent project. A lot of non-negotiable items in there. 8-foot perimeter fence based on the proximity to Sun City, not unlike what we're talking about. An expanded wooden buffer. They started talking about buffers at 50 feet and went to 100. We're still discussing 25. And then lastly, the planted trees per acre. Now, in summary, this process is all about collaboration. And I think you can see that from the way that we come forward and put forward our ideas. The ideas should be welcomed in the process. And we understand that progress must be profitable and growth is going to happen. But we would like to have thoughtful consideration of these ideas going forward. So a little bit more thought we think would be needed in order to come to a better outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. I forgot the last speaker, but the last two speakers, anybody disagree? Anybody? I see a picture of no berm. Anybody who wants a berm? So David, you're going to come up and ask for a berm, right?
No, sir.
Okay.
Sorry to disappoint.
Okay. Please state your name and address for the public record.
David Kirk, 578 Laurel Oak Avenue, Hardyville. Proud to be from Hardyville. Thank you so much. And thank you to all the members of the council, and this is addressing all of you. On behalf of the United Residents of Riverton Point, is it the arrow button? Good. Thank you. We, together, the residents of Riverton Point, we submit this presentation that you've just seen to express our deep and urgent concerns regarding the proposed development adjacent to our community. We appreciate the opportunity to express these concerns and to provide input, and we expect the council to exercise responsible leadership in safeguarding our interests and our neighborhood. The following points highlight the critical issues raised by our community members and underscore the need for decisive action. We strongly urge the council to deny approval of the current proposal as it poses significant risks to our community's well-being, safety, and property values. There's three things that make this so important. The first two are in public safety. Public safety for the people of Riverton Point and public safety for the folks who will be the residents of the townhouses. The Riverton Point community stands in strong opposition to this project, as demonstrated by the overwhelming attendance that is here tonight. We believe the proposed development will irreparably harm the private golf course, the surrounding residences, and the overall property values. These concerns extend to the preservation of community amenities and the long-term stability of the neighborhood. Additionally, there's apprehension regarding the potential decline of property values throughout the community. Now, here's the safety concern. The proposed development raises serious public safety concerns, particularly due to the lack of clear and secure separation between Riverton Point and the townhouse project, the proposed McGuinn community. Failure to address these issues could result in increased risks for all concerned and all residents in the area. Establishing distinct boundaries is essential to ensure the safety and security of all the residents. Without clear boundaries and the austere, I say it again, austere lack of properly placed amenities in the townhouse project, there's grave potential for the residents of the townhouse project to go through that open door and say, we've got amenities. We've got cart paths, we've got a golf course, we've got a park, we've got a swimming pool, we've got a barbecue. We've got all the things that are there. They're right there. We just have to go over a 4-foot berm. The community requests that these safety considerations be addressed prior to any approval. Because what would happen if someone who didn't know the layout of the golf course happened to be close to one of the ponds at night and they don't know the area? This would be a terrible thing for everybody. This could also lead to potential danger for everyone. Neighborhood incompatibility. Practical and effective alternative designs have already been offered, offering a more efficient and functional layout while directly addressing the risks identified by our community. These solutions that we have presented deserve serious consideration and collaboration with us as residents. These alternatives would reduce flooding risks, minimize backyard-facing amenity space, and address concerns related to light pollution and safety. Implementing these changes would help ensure compatibility with the existing neighborhood and mitigate any adverse impacts to the whole community. We urgently implore the council to take immediate and decisive action by rejecting the proposal in its current form. The risks to our community safety, property values, and quality of life are too great to ignore. We request that the council engage with Riverton Point residents without delay to develop a responsible, collaborative solutions to truly protect our neighborhood. The decisions you make now will have irreversible consequences for all current and future residents of Hardeeville. Council, we need your leadership at this critical juncture. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone disagree? Okay, next, please.
My name is Jennifer O'Connor. I'm at 153 Laurel Oak Avenue in Riverton Point. And I'm here to speak more, I guess, the voice of the community or the homeowner, specifically themselves. And I have 3 points that I want to make. First is that the value investment of the homes that we have, it matters. Many of the residents, including myself, are retired. Our homes represent our lifetime of hard work savings. In my case, over 35 years of a career. I'm now retired myself. And we're worried about altering the elements of our community that influenced our decision to move there could have a serious impact on the value of our homes and our long-term investments and how other people perceive our community and that neighborhood in the future. My second point is the safety and the type of community that Riverton Point was meant to be also matters. So we all understood that access would only be through security gates. So we're worried that, people or other neighborhoods could come into our community without having to go through those those security gates. So these changes both affect not only the safety, but the type of the neighborhood that we thought that we were investing in when we moved there and we bought our homes in the first place. And then the last point that I wanted to make is that, new development does matter, and we know that things are going to grow, and I think that we're all proponents for that. We just respectfully ask that you consider our concerns and the proposed adjustments and keep them in mind as you make your decision, and that you work to preserve our community and our existing investments, but you also work to make sure that the new development is supported and is successful, and so that's all thought out in a well-planned and thoughtful way to support the future developments. We're not trying to we don't want anybody to fail. We just truly believe that there is a solution for everybody that could benefit from this. So those were my 3 points, and at this point, I just want to open the floor to any other residents or neighbors here that would also like to say anything.
Thank you. Anyone disagree with?
It doesn't really matter.
How are you doing, Cindy? Who's next? You two are going to have to fight it out.
I won't be long. I'm Andy Couch. I live at 1267 Azalea Drive in Riverton Point. And first, mayors, members of the council, thank you for letting us have a voice. I'm going to read this, and then I will submit it for the record at the end of this. I reviewed the December 15th meeting and ancillary information. Your questions were very good, very well pointed. And what was clear to me is not what was said, but what was not said by the developer. That it was noted that the developer doesn't own the land, they've got under contract to purchase. So my question is, did the developer include in their application an authorization letter from the current landowner? And I'll just run through all these questions and give you this at the end. Have they provided the terms of the purchase agreement to the council? And will the current owner retain any ownership interest in the proposed development? Who will eventually hold title to the development and be financially responsible for carrying out the requirements under whatever may be permitted? Will there be a bond, guarantee, letter of credit? Would it be required to be posted to ensure all the work will be performed in accordance with the development permits? And I would like to ask the council to have a full financial disclosure of the entity that will be responsible for carrying out the development, and ensure that that entity that holds the contract and is responsible is not an LLC that is a shell corporation, but is an actual entity with actual assets and liabilities. A butter notification. South Carolina Code 63150 requires written notice of public hearings to surrounding property owners. We as property owners have the easement rights over all of the land within Riverton Point. Therefore, we're defined as being an abutter. I, for one, was not notified in writing of this development, and I would ask to go back and do a redo of all abutter notification because we are defined as legal abutters under the regulations. Thirdly, there was a discussion of a utility easement that runs through Riverton Point, and it's I think it's a sewer line easement, and the developer kind of glossed over that in the December meeting. That easement appears to be that it will be utilized to service this proposed development. And if you look at the typical capacity requirement for that, for sewage disposal, a two-person household requires about 150 gallons per day. That's 8.5 million gallons for 1 year that would be required by this additional development. Is that going to cause problems in Riverton Point? Is there sufficient capacity? Have you seen a capacity study for that sewer line? And if not, it should be performed and provided to the council for consideration because we want to make sure we don't have sewage backups in our development. We don't have houses with problems or other issues. Next point, traffic study. The developer's representative presented some traffic impact information that was really insufficient at the December meeting. The Institute of Traffic Engineers' standard assumption is 9.5 to 10 trips per day per household for 2 people. For the proposed development, that would be 1,560 trips per day, or 1,510, 151 units. 1,560 trips per day. The intersection at East Argent and Argent is already a failing intersection. There are turn lanes needed, there are traffic lights needed for left turn in turn lanes, there are backups. It's an accident waiting to happen. And further than that, there needs to be an evaluation of emergency vehicle access. Right now, if you go there at a busy time, an emergency vehicle could not get through that intersection safely or expediently, could put our residents at risk. So I respectfully request that the council requires the developer to complete an industry standard traffic study to be performed by the developer, with the developer paying for the peer review by the city of Hardeeville, having your own peer reviewer, with estimates for projected growth rates for East Argent, 5 to 10 year forward look. That study should include an examination of how emergency vehicles will not be delayed at the intersections. And if there are requirements to be made, the developer should be required to pay for those improvements or should be required to contribute to a traffic impact fee. Additional notes, wildlife. There's a lot of wildlife surrounding our development. Beautiful, just fabulous. Has the developer performed a natural habitat study? Because there could be any habitat that could exist there that might be endangered species. That should be required of the developer before this goes forward any further. That's a standard practice in large developments. We found, I was in development projects, we found rare turtles we didn't know about, and we had to mitigate those impacts. Wetlands. The subject includes 5.7 acres of wetlands. I would request that the developer submit a full wetlands analysis and clarify whether any federal permits are required. And lastly, a topographic survey is required that shows elevations, 10-foot increments, that shows how this will look both now and in the future, and shows how drainage will be performed so that it does not go on to Riverton Point.
Thank you. Any disagreement? Take us off the clock for a minute, Cindy. I think we would all like to hear the ownership questions answered. Could you, Rusty? There were some specific questions asked about who owns, when the property's changing hands. Is it an LLC? Could you answer those questions before we go to the next?
McGuinn Homes is the applicant. The current owner is David Abdo. So as a business entity, we've been in business for 40 years. I don't know that we're obligated to provide financial statements.
You did have to provide the, because they're the applicant, they had to
sign that they had the owner's permission. and
Correct.
We do know the owner gave them permission to apply for this master plan.
Okay.
Correct.
But, no, we're not, I don't think the question is, to give your financials, you're an LLC. That's what I think the question was. You are an LLC, you have a letter of intent to purchase this?
We have a formal purchase agreement.
You have,
Yeah, so letter of intent would be non-binding. We have a purchase and sale agreement.
you have a purchase and sale agreement but you have not closed?
Correct. So our closing is subject to.
Approval of this?
Correct.
Okay.
Which is very typical.
Right, no, I totally understood. I'm just trying to ask the question, answer the questions that were raised. Thank you.
Sit down or stay?
You can sit. Are you sure you want to stay up there?
We've gotten this far.
I mean, I would want to stand up there if I was you with your back to all these people. Are you kidding? I'm just joking. I'm just joking. I have a bad sense of humor. Next, please. Back on the clock, Cindy.
Hi, Jim McNamara, 1735 Azalea Drive, Riverton Point, Hardyville. Thank you for the time. I appreciate our interaction with the builder and Rusty, the engineers. We did the site walk. And I know a lot of people on the council made a visit to the community as well, and I'm greatly appreciative of that. I just want to talk at a higher level of how this community will look from the roadway and East Argent in general, and preserving the character of the low country feel, which we all invested in when we came down here. Having driven East Argent Drive, and whether I should have, Parkway, admit that I have done that, maybe I shouldn't. But some of the communities seem to have created a buffer of trees along the roadway, and other patches of land, the trees have been destroyed. I would ask that at least on the Sun City side, on the east side across from Riverton Point, the trees were preserved along the East Argent side. On the the west side, where this and the farmhouse will go, I don't know what will transpire with the trees, but I would like the trees to stay there to continue to give East Argent a feel of the low country. The other thing I would ask the council to do, and I'm not disagreeing with any of my fellow residents, and I'm not against the development of this parcel of land. What I would like to do is say, should we take a slowdown here in terms of the further development? As I know, as I drive up northbound, and I sent the mayor a photograph today, there is a huge community. I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm guilty for not doing a lot of research on it. But there's trees that are preserved there will at least preserve a boundary along that community on the westbound side as you approach the Hunt Club. Even on the Hunt Club side, on the east side, there is a barrier of trees that is preserved along East Argent as well. I'd like to see that in the spirit of things all the way along East Argent. The other thing I would like to raise is really the traffic. Other people have talked about it. What I've read in the 2017 traffic study that was done, East Argent Parkway is described as a 2-lane road, 1 lane in each direction with a divider in the middle. From discussions with many, and I don't want to attribute it to anybody in particular, it's going to be a 2-lane road. And what I've read in some of the things I've seen online is that it is to take pressure off Argent Boulevard and put that pressure on East Argent Parkway as a means to get the people to 95. Now, in discussions with people I know in Beaufort, they say to me that when I need to go south, I come to Hardyville. When I need to go north, I go to Port Royal. So I think we're only encouraging this flow, and East Argent will become difficult. At night, you can't get across that intersection in the evening with the flow of traffic coming from south to north. And you can't go straight ahead because the left-hand lane is jammed up with construction vehicles and contractors are looking to make a left turn to go someplace else, to 170. I just don't think the traffic situation has been really talked about. When I went to the first planning meeting, the second planning meeting was going to have a traffic expert in to discuss this issue. That never really happened. I believe that the developer's traffic expert was going to come, but I could be off kilter on that. But I don't think enough effort is put into traffic. I fear crossing New River onto 278. I'm taking my life in my hands. And one of the planning board members who was going to vote against advancing this, and I don't recall the person's name, but they ultimately did not vote against it. But they said that people's propensity to make a dangerous decision increases with how long they have to wait. I see this here, just coming to this meeting. The number of people that went into the AutoNation property to get around the backup to get onto 278 is incredible. The number of people that go into Walmart to get around this information. Now, where I came from in Connecticut, that was a finable offense to use private property to avoid a traffic signal. I don't understand why we have been put in this position. I came to Hilton Head in about 25 years ago and up through Hardyville in 17. My time is up.
Thank you.
Nothing has changed on 278 since that time. Thank you.
Any disagreement?
No.
You are very agreeable.
In your hands.
Next.
Good evening, Ainsley Fagan, 546 Sawmill Road, which is now officially part of Hardyville. I just have a few questions for the developer. You talked about how the homes are going to be for members of the community, for police officers, teachers. What is the planned price of the townhomes?
Mayor, as a point of order, we do not allow the speakers to engage in direct conversations. You need to direct your comments to the council, please.
Thank you,
Then-
Mr. Gruber. Just
Thank you for the point of order.
please
What
ask
is the
your
proposed?
questions and we'll decide where to get them answered.
I'd like to know what the proposed prices are for these townhomes, especially in light of everything that we've talked about. We've talked about safety. We've talked about how it's going to affect the community. I don't live in Riverton Point, so those issues are not so much my concern. But one thing I'd like to address is I do completely understand their desire to want no visibility into their neighborhood. As many of the members of the council know, I live in Millstone Landing, which has a 50-foot barrier, no berm, and as of right now, there has been no planting of the promised trees that were supposed to be behind my house. We are probably 8 years out from when the homes are going to be developed behind my land, but as everybody's saying, oh, it's going to take 5 to 10 years for these trees to go. I just ask that the council think about, if this is approved, that the developers start planting these trees now, so that by the time the development is done, they will be ready. Because as of right now, there's nothing planted behind my house, and it will not be ready in 5 to 10 years. So that is all that I have.
Thank you. I do have prices in my list of questions, so it will, and so does Mrs. Guzman, so that will be addressed. Who's next?
Good evening. I'm Melinda Vetter. I live at 1074 Riverton Point Boulevard. I just have a quick comment. I've spent 30 years in HR. That's my career. And we have done, most of my career has been trying to resolve conflict. You try to get to a win-win situation. When you can't, you refer to the law or to regulations. But what trumps all of that is precedent. What precedent has been set. And I think I just would ask the council to consider the precedent that was set with fence and with the amount of buffer. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any disagreement with that? Okay. Who's next?
My name is Anton Collins. I'm a resident over at Riverton, 223 Persimmon. I'm a new resident. I'm still learning my address. Thank you. Something that I haven't heard anyone discuss yet, as we talk about buffers and open doors, is the physics of a community spread. And as we talk about buffers and making sure that there's no sight lines, the one thing that I'm still looking to hear as I ask the town council to reject this proposal as presented is that people in communities enjoy their space, and everyone loves to have more and more space. Now, the problem is that Riverton is somewhat of a benign space. The residents of Riverton don't drift beyond Riverton, okay? It's fairly benign. But residents in a bordering community, again, everyone loves their space and people will drift. But when we're talking about as I understand, possibly mixed use or low income, middle income, there's going to be families that will need their space and they will drift and they will explore. And so will the bicycles and the footballs and all the things that we have to remember that with young families they enjoy, and that's fine. But then this proposal as presented, what I think it will create is a one-way drift. And that is inherently unfair to the Riverton community, which is benign to its own borders. It creates a one-way drift, and there's no benefit to Riverton Point for that. Thank you.
Again, I thank everybody that I don't hear any repeats. So is everybody in agreement with the drift? I got the drift. I told you, I have a lousy sense of humor. Who's next? We're out? Okay. We're done.
1 minute? Just one, not even a minute.
Just say your name, address,
It's
and
Travis
have a seat.
Travis Francis, 828 Riverton Point Drive. One rhetorical question just for the developer and obviously presented to the council. Will adopting the proposal of the residents, and I'm a new resident, and I love the town, great mayor, would adopting the residents' proposal in any way affect the ROI, the return on investment, with respect to the development?
Thank you. Okay. Well, thank you all for your comments and staying within the guidelines and respecting the rules of order. So now, having heard all this, we will now open it up to the council for their questions and comments. I guess we'll start with Mr. Mearsman. You want to lead us off?
Sure. First off is, I'm still a fan of moving those buildings. I think that discussion needs more to be looked at more. We've asked that of other developers, and it has worked. Now, first off, I'm going to say, I'm not one way or another. I've got questions for both y'all. This is how this is going to this runs with me. Berm and fence. You say you don't want a berm? What about a 4-foot berm with an 8-foot fence on top of it? Is that something that could cover this up?
Yeah.
But with the fence, it'd have to be an architecturally approved fence. I'm not a big fan of the wooden fences because a few years here, they look like hell. So I'm thinking of a vinyl fence, an architectural type of vinyl fence. It would be on the developer's property. The developer would be responsible for maintenance of that fence. But it may solve some of the problems. Trees are gonna go. I mean, that's just a given. So that's something that needs to be talked about too. A berm and a fence. You have a berm there that's already there. That berm came up when they built the golf course. And I could almost bet if the regulations in place today were back in then, it wouldn't happen. The Corps of Engineers have changed so much of what you're allowed to do. The water issue, running around the edge back there, that berm has created some of that problem. Simply because that stopped the natural flow of water. The natural flow of water ran right across Riverton Point originally. So that has been changed. The developer is responsible for keeping all of their stormwater on their property. Either they have to mitigate that. That is the law. And if it's not done, there is penalties for them to allow that water to escape. So that's something that needs to be answered. Ownership of the land. I understand you're not gonna put your money down and buy that land until there's some form of approval. Well, get the approval, buy the land. The trees on East Argent. What are the plans for the sidewalk and the visibility that was mentioned from East Argent to the back of your buildings? We talk about from Riverton to the back to your buildings, what's the visible line of sight and the number of trees to screen that? Do we have that?
Yeah. Yes, sir. So, I mean, the community trail will be built in there, so we can't say that we won't take out any trees. The idea is that that trail is to be fluid and be able to meander through those trees and try to save as many trees as possible.
Well, the last time you were here, you said the trees would go.
They can stay.
And okay, because I'll climb all over you for that.
Really, they can. We can, now, it may not be as straight and smooth as what's shown on the screen. We may have to meander a little bit more, those type of things, but that's something we can work with work with the staff and get
Okay,
done.
because that's a big thing with me to preserve that. Every other development that we approve is not particularly visible from the street.
Okay.
And this one will be no different. Just look down here on 278, what's in the county. That is horrible, absolutely horrible. And I don't want to see that.
Roger.
All right, is there a fence between Riverton Point and Twin Ponds?
No.
Okay. Now it's a whole new thought process.
They're burnt.
It should have been, maybe not, we don't know, but we've already crossed that. Go sit down and quiet. The ownership question would still remain. You can go ahead and sit down.
You sure?
Yeah.
I don't mind standing. I can stand.
No. The other questions are.
Go ahead.
All right, the folks here from Riverton Point, Toll Brothers bought this property back 2004, 2005, somewhere in that area. They could have bought that property bordering on East Argent, but they didn't. They didn't. And they probably had a reason that they didn't do that. But here we are today, and I wish they would have. But my question is did anybody here ask the sales staff or the realtor or anybody what was going to be in that property? What did they tell you?
So I think you're gonna get a bunch of can I answer?
Yes, please.
Stand up or anything? So I think if you ask that question, you'll have 20 different answers, because it all depends on the sales rep. Our particular sales rep said that that Toll Brothers owned all those trees and that skyline would be the same. So, now what happened, I'm just telling you what I was told by my sales rep, okay? Now, I didn't realize it until we all walked out there that they don't even own for the bottom of that hill, so the 25 feet. So, honestly, you could ask a lot of people, most of us, I don't want to speak for most of us. Myself, I was told that that tree line, that skyline would remain the same.
That's the part of my question is sales didn't tell me the truth. Now, here we are today, we're all having to deal with this. Not your fault, not our fault, not their fault. Maybe this is something you need to be talking with Toll, their management company, about in the future. That's good. Let's see. Let me ask. And that's pretty much where I'm at with this. I think there's still some more discussion here. I would still like to see some moving of the buildings around to improve that. I think there needs to be discussion about a berm and a fencing. I see in the drawings that you presented here today, that's one of the options that's in there. I want the trees preserved as much as possible. You know, a lot of them are loblolly pines. That was all Union Camp property at one time or another. But there's still trees. And people will say, well, they're just loblolly pines. Even a pine tree absorbs some of the groundwater. Your groundwater absorbs the less runoff we all have to deal with, and that's a problem. You address the traffic issue, it's being worked on. That is the Argent, but there's still trees. They're just loblolly goals of the ones that sales tax. But it won't happen overnight. Engineering takes years to do. Years. It was discussion about 278 and Argent. That's not our problem. It is our problem, but we can't solve that. That's up to the state. The state has tried, they put bids out and couldn't even get bids to do that light. So now I've been told that bids have been accepted. I don't know when that will start, but it's in the plans and being done. As far as folks coming over and using your amenities, I live in Margaritaville, and I've been down that road with a lot of my residents too. We cannot prevent other property owners from building. So many of these were all granted back in the early 2000s by none of us that are sitting here now. Would I approve them if I would have been back then? Probably not. You know, we've learned a lot, but we have to abide by what was done then. Sad to say. I'd love to go back and change it, but we can't. So we have to make the best of a bad situation. And I think there's still some negotiation that can be done with this. I'm done, Mr. Mayor.
Mrs. Guzma.
Okay. Mr. Olson. When you introduced yourself, you said that you were the division president, and I presume it's for the Savannah, Hilton Head Island area.
Correct.
Okay, because I did some checking up on you. Your mission statement for your company says that McGuinn Homes is to serve the underserved new home buyer.
That is correct.
So I ask you, what is the price point for these homes?
My response to that would be that until we get through the IMP process, we cannot be 100% sure where the pricing is going to land. But the intent is to build a home that serves the underserved home buyer. In this market, that is going to be somewhere around the median home price, which is $450. So we'd like to be somewhere between $375 and $450 for these units.
Okay. So I don't know how much of homework you've done in this area. So Jasper County, the average income is about $62,000.
Correct.
So nobody in Jasper County, like our nurses, our educators, our first responders, none of these folks will be able to buy any of your homes that you say you're building for the underserved new home buyer. It prices them out completely out of that price range, if that's what your range is going to be.
respectfully disagree. The data we have shows that the median area income is around $82,000 per household.
Out of state.
Sorry. So, oh yeah, and also so there's significant data out there that would show the price multiple that allows for affordability for a family based on their gross household income.
Okay. And so that $82,000 that you just quoted is for Beaufort, Hilton Head, and Points that way. It's not for Jasper County. Some of us attended a housing seminar not too long ago, and Dr. Laura Ulrich put out her and she's got a PhD in,
Yes, she was
in
wonderful.
this stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I was there as well.
And that's what she said. And those numbers were taken from not anywhere in Jasper County. Jasper County was not even in that equation. So anyway, and then I talked to a real estate agent today, and I asked him that same. I gave him, for some reason, I don't know why, but I gave him the same numbers that you just quoted. And it said, and he said, yeah, only if they've got a rich uncle who can come up with the 20% down payment. Jasper County. Okay, so I'm going to move on from there. Okay. Because I honestly feel that higher cost homes effectively price out any chance for these underserved new home buyers, and you effectively displace the very people you profess to help. So, moving on. Has your company done a hydrological survey of that property?
The wetland JD has been approved by the U.S. Army Corps. So
Okay.
yes, go ahead.
Okay, so because I mean I'm interested in that from the point of to mitigate the flooding, because we walked that property with some of these folks over here, and we saw where I think it was one of the tropical storms, Debbie, I believe, that came, and all the water that filled that ditch and then came across down this way, going in between those two homes and then into Riverton Point Boulevard. So let me finish. And I saw the pattern of debris and leaves and all of that stuff. And yes, there are drains on toll property to mitigate some water issue, but I don't think it did anything because a lot of that water ended out on Riverton Point Boulevard. So I'm curious to find out how you plan on preventing that, your flood water getting onto somebody else's property.
So there's two components in the answer to that question, which is so there actually are two inlets on. I'm not familiar with which hole that is, but that
I think
hole,
it's kind of like near the 6th hole.
yes, that's a massive amount of import fill and spoil material from the original Riverton Point development. It actually encroaches onto our property slightly. It's inside of what we're proposing as the buffer, so we're going to accept it as is. There are two storm drains which tie into the Riverton Point storm system. Those had never been managed by Toll Brothers. So one of the things that we've done in the past year is cleared those out. On the backside of that storm event, the water that you witnessed was actually going the wrong way. So the ditch that it was flowing out of was actually intended and dug to go towards those two inlets, which we have cleaned for the Riverton Point community in the interim while we have it under contract. Second point would be from a land development perspective, which one of the gentlemen up here sort of touched on it, but just within your NPDES, general land disturbance permit, you can't discharge post-development and post-development conditions, you can't discharge outside of your parcel boundary.
Correct.
So effectively, whether it's a berm or a fence or whatever it ends up being, the post-development conditions we can't discharge on an adjacent property. That would go for the Orange Capital project to the north of us, the Mungo project to the south. It's the same, sort of the same rules that would apply. So the civil design would prevent that.
Okay, so what you're saying right now is, what you're proposing to do is to make sure that that issue does not occur again in the next storm. That, because by way of what you just said, that you cannot discharge from your property floodwaters allow floodwaters to go on somebody else's property, because you've got to take into account all the impervious surfaces that your development is going to be creating back there, and that runoff has to go somewhere.
Yes, ma'am.
So, other than the two ponds that I see there, I'm just worried about that ditch behind those folks' homes, because one of the homes that we saw, his property line was not maybe 4 or 5 feet from your property line. And to me, and then that water was very close to his property line. And you know, looking at that property, I said to myself, that's not right. You're having floodwaters from a different property going onto somebody else's property, and that needs to be mitigated to the point where that flows on your property and doesn't touch Riverton Point at all. Because when it comes to flooding and floodwaters and stormwater management, I am a very big proponent that you do everything in your power, including your stormwater things, to prevent the overflow. And that's my biggest concern, is because I only see 2 ponds up there. And where is all that stormwater created by all those impervious surfaces, where is it going to go?
Well understood would be, is my short answer to that. As a washed up civil engineer, this is very much a part of our considerations in design of the communities that we build.
Okay.
So very much in tune with it, totally agree with it, and support everything that you're saying.
Okay.
Yep.
So you are also aware that we do have in our MZDO that 15 trees per acre replacement, or has that changed? We're still on that, correct? So you are aware that for the trees that get cut gets replaced?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we are not replacing it with palm trees from Florida. We are replacing it with trees that are native to South Carolina, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And everything will be done to increase the opacity between that development and Riverton Point.
Yes, ma'am.
And the same thing with the front of the property to Argent, East Argent Boulevard. That nobody wants to see. I love to see trees when I drive down roads.
Right. Our posture is our residents will appreciate the same privacy that all of our neighbors are seeking as well. So creating those visual buffers is in the best interest of our residents as well.
Okay. And my last question, Mr. Mayor, is has the fire department taken a look at these streets or alleys, and have they said if our fire trucks can make those turns and get in and out of there?
I got you. Yes, we have coordinated with the fire marshal's office, and at preliminary review, there are no concerns, and we continue to look at those. When we get the full engineering details, we get turn radius exhibits and everything, and they won't get approval if they can't meet those requirements. So,
okay. All right.
And they are done with our fire apparatus that we own in the program.
They physically do that?
Well,
kind of, sort of.
in the computer program, but yes,
yeah.
yes,
Okay.
we have specs for that.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Mr. White.
I think Val and Steve have raised some excellent points. One of the things that I'm encouraged about is that for your target profile, you want to build the houses for those folks that are lower income, they're serving our community. We want to attract them here. I was encouraged that this isn't your first rodeo, that you have a real sensitivity to a lot of these points. And I think these folks are going to be well served, is my initial reaction. And I'm happy that I'm having that, because if I wasn't, I would really be worried more about what's going to happen when people come into problem solving some of the issues that Val raised and stuff. And so that's a very important statement you've made, and they're very important that you stay on them and keep them, and it'll make a real big difference for those folks that are going to be your customers and living in our community. So thank you.
Sir.
Mr. Carroll.
I'm no use to reiterate and repeat what has been said by the other council members, and I agree with the concerns. I have three that stand out probably. One is the berm. If we already, and I just cannot, in my mind, clarify it, and I know y'all can't either. If you've already got a stand of trees there, why not leave those alone instead of doing a berm, or either have a combination of both? But anyway, that issue stands out in my mind because it doesn't make any sense. We've already got something by nature. And the second thing is, I know a lot of the communities around there have the fences for privacy. And there are different designs and textures that they can come up with to give you that privacy. And the third point that I don't think has been mentioned again, that some of y'all brought up, and I can see it why it was a concern, is you have your amenities, and they are your amenities, and if there's no division between the two subdivisions, why aren't they gonna go to use your amenities? And that's a good point, and I don't think that's been mentioned anymore tonight, and I can see that concern too. That's my three concerns, Mayor.
Thank you. I have a lot of notes here, and I'm going to try not to be repetitive, just like I've asked you all not to be repetitive. I'll try not to, but I have notes from starting the first time we met was December 15th in the workshop. We talked about one of my first questions was, who are you? And I think you answered that a little bit earlier. But you say you're 40 years, and I think this was also one of the questions regarding that. Where else in this area have you built?
So we currently have a project going in Hinesville, Georgia, in Yemassee, South Carolina, and then we just wrapped up a project in Port Wentworth. So within the Savannah Hilton Head market,
right,
we're pretty active, and we've got about 35 homes that we've built on scattered home sites in and around Ridgeland right now as well.
Okay, thank you. You answered the question about when you're closing on the property. Okay, this was brought up, but I just want to make sure I understood. There's going to remain a tree buffer along East Argent Parkway. That was asked in December.
Yes, sir.
And the answer is yes. The open space, and I said this in December, I'm going to say it again. We have voluntarily asked everyone in years since I've been, I don't know when we started, back before the pandemic, asking everybody to maintain an active open space of 10% of the property, which in your case would be somewhere around 2.9 acres. None of those counted sidewalks through the property as active open spaces. Just like, and I say this all the time, you can't count the lagoon as active open spaces because nobody's going to be swimming with the alligators. And the sidewalks and the pathways between these houses, you have to have them. So to say they're active open spaces, I don't agree with that. And I don't think that this development has met what we've required of everyone. And somebody talked about precedent before. I don't see 10% active open spaces in this plan. And that's a killer for me. I'm going to tell you, it's a killer for me. Because everybody, since we started asking, I think 6-7 years ago, I forget when it was, everybody's complied with that. Everybody's said, okay, that makes sense. And I don't see why it wouldn't make sense for you as well. We talked about the lighting, and I'll get back to it because I want to see what the proposals are. We talked about the price, the wetlands. There's a lot of different demographic price studies and everything else, and Mrs. Guzman put it on there. We talk about police, fire, and those kinds of services. Another thing we've asked all of our recent developments, if they would put aside, for a program that we're still in development, put aside a certain amount of units for that very thing, so that we could perhaps come up with an incentive plan. Now, we haven't finished that plan, but we are hoping to put one together, because certainly $450,000 is outside the reach of us starting policemen or firemen, and certainly our teachers.
At that end of the spectrum, yes, I would agree.
Yes. So sometimes you look at these overall averages, Riverton Point, Sun City, Margaritaville. 2016, when I became mayor, they weren't here, and the price averages were a lot lower. Now, with all that development, the average prices of the area is much higher. So you really have to look at, it separately by the target market. But again, that's up to you. You have to sell them. But I just want to make it understood that because you say it's for policemen, doesn't necessarily mean that a policeman can afford it. But I would like you to, you're familiar with this request, to come back to us with some sort of, okay, I'll put 25 units set aside for a program to be devised that would go specifically for teachers, nurses, first responders, et cetera, et cetera. So I want you don't have to answer that, but Rusty's familiar with this request. The open space, okay, you had the meeting, we said that at the, okay. I didn't write down the answer to this. This is an HOA?
Yeah, there'll be an HOA.
Okay. Exits out of this development, will they be left and rights?
The one on the far left of the screen will be a full access with a left turn lane in and a right turn lane in, and the one on the far right will only be a right in, right out, limited access.
I asked about the safety of the fire pit. Is that fire pit still in the plan?
We would like for our residents to have some sort of an amenity. So it would be wonderful if they could have a fire pit.
A gym's a heck of a lot safer than a fire pit. Yeah, playground.
Many homes have, well, we've been down this conversation before.
Okay.
We would love for that to be viable for our residents.
Okay. That will be up to the site review committee and the fire marshal to decide whether that's safe or not. If they say it's not, if the fire marshal says it's not safe,
It is what it is.
have to find something else to do. I asked this question, didn't write down the answer, but it sounds like these are only for sale.
Correct.
Okay. We brought up fencing, either stockade or natural fencing. We talked about moving the amenity spaces, sidewalks. Again, as I said, back in December, I said sidewalks to me are not active open spaces. And that's a killer for me, because, again, I agree with the precedent thing. Everybody's willingly done that, and I don't see that willingness here. Have some other questions that I wrote as we go. Can I see the proposal that the residents have put forward? Can I, that
Right here.
side by side? Can somebody put that back up?
I got it.
No, I wanted to put it, oh, you have it, it's in there. But let's put it back up.
I've got it. I'm getting it right now.
So my first question, and this is to the residents, which is the proposal that you as a group want to see? Because I saw there were 2 consecutive speakers had different ideas. I'd like to understand what the consensus proposal is, the alternative proposal. And that's why I want to put this back up. So this alternative here, which was the first speaker, that Mr. Becker, this is a proposal here. Is this the one that you as a community have agreed on, or is there another one that you prefer? Yeah, John had a different one. So I want to understand what you're asking for. And if you're asking for something and he's asking for something different, then we got a problem. We have to understand what you're asking for.
So we're actually in alignment.
There's hardly
We're-
anything that he
Okay,
says that I
so
agree with. but
would you
other
get
than
your
that,
line up on the screen?
Okay, so just let me explain this one, and because we work together on these different things. That is just one of the options to move all of the homes. What John was referring to is moving, I'll let you speak for yourself.
No,
Because-
listen, we don't have to go through it. What I want to know is which is the options that this community would like to see. Is it Chris's? Is it yours? All you came, I know you had a meeting beforehand, which is the option you want us as a council to advocate for you?
Can I just preface it with a comment?
Pardon, John?
Sir, I'm saying, I guess basically is what will they accept the alternative, right?
That's what I'm trying to find out, what the alternative they're asking for.
If you don't mind, if I could just preface it, there's really no difference between what Chris has put up there. We've just taken different paths to get there. What we're talking about are a couple different alternatives, or 3. One is the existing plan. 2 is moving a few of the townhouses and repositioning them, and hopefully we get the open space. And 3 is moving the townhouses over to East Argent, and still hope we get the open space. Those are the
So
3.
again, is this the one that you want to propose to this council that you would accept? Is that a yes? Or is there some other proposal that you're asking for? But this is the number one.
The way we looked at this is ideal. Whenever you move everything back to East Argent, but recognizing that there's always a degree of collaboration, what John did was pulled together other alternatives, moving less units. But if you asked us to vote, we would say move them all over, but recognizing that's probably unacceptable.
This is your first and best proposal.
Sure.
Okay? This is your first and best proposal. Okay. So with this proposal, if I'm looking at this correct, there would be now there would be a clear tree line, uncut, along both that property abutting Riverton Point. Is that correct?
So, what you're seeing there is an illustration. The answer is yes, but what John's got to clarify is, what's happening here is I wasn't able to move that down, right? It's just visually. I was playing with the illustration. So there'll be no change in where the homes were lined up, if I say that correctly. The buffer is the same. You may get more of a setback on the homes, but the buffer is the same. That's what John was trying to illustrate in his drawing.
Okay, so now, on the East Argent side, the alternative, you would still have the tree line and that pathway through it. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. There seems to be a little bit of a disconnect here, if you don't mind me trying to explain. This is a graphic illustration, okay, is what Chris was trying to do. I think it would be more informative if we were to go to one of the other diagrams. That way I can answer your questions very specifically.
I would like to see the diagram of the proposal you want us to,
Thank you.
to agree to.
All right. Okay, so thanks, Rusty. I appreciate it. Okay, this is the best way to look at it, is if they were to move the townhouses to East Argent, that would give additional space in addition to the proposed 25-foot buffer. I believe that it is, if I can read it, it's about another 60 feet or 53 feet of trees that could be saved along the joint property line. That's all this section is talking about. It increases the buffer. Okay. Now, the residents, it's up to the residents if they want a berm in there with trees or a fence. I did not address that. I'm just giving
Okay, I
potential
understand that,
options
but
that
that's
can
not
physically
where my
work.
question was. My question was, if we go to the alternative, what happens along East Argent Parkway? Does that, them switching, go back to the alternative?
So.
So,
I may need-
with this,
I
with
may
the
need-
alternative,
I may need John to help here.
so
Because what I did was.
is there a tree line, or does now, because these homes, townhomes, will they be up against the parkway under this new alternative? And that's my question.
So what, and I apologize for this because it's just an illustration. I was literally cutting and pasting. So what you're looking at right now is kind of confusing because I have it too high. So
That's
if you
why
look
I'm
at the
asking the
top part of
question.
the property, technically that's going to be down and you should have the ability to still have that parkway. That's what John's was doing to mathematically tell me if it's correct. I need John to tell you to answer that, but I see what your question is because my little cut and paste didn't work because it looks like it's too high, right? Does that make sense? It was kind of hard, right? Because I didn't have all the software and playing around. I'm literally cutting and pasting. But mathematically, you would think that that should be the same, you should have that same space because you're just flipping that.
Okay.
So it should
All right,
work.
so that's the
And
question,
actually,
because,
somebody else on my team or our team said, I should change it. And I'm like, John's the expert. That's why he was doing the mathematics behind it. But technically, you should be able to flip it, slide that down, and end up with the same thing.
okay, because as you heard, we're not in favor of clear cutting to the parkway, we want to keep a tree line there.
Literally,
And also, Brenna, there's a requirement in the major of the PDD that there be a sidewalk the entire length, right? And that's part of this. And that's part of the PDD. That's not something that's being given out of the developer's heart. This is required by the PDD. That pathway is to run the entire length of the East Argent Parkway.
So, Mayor, can I say two things? One last thing was just, again, like I said, it should all fit. John's trying to verify that my little illustration would fit. The second thing I'll say is that it is removing all those alleys that gives you the space to put you guys know what that's looking like, right? So this, I already said it once, so.
Okay. traffic study. And Brown and Katie, I just want to make sure because this is, as was put at the beginning of this presentation, in 2017, when we redid this PDD and reduced the density to 9,500 homes, the traffic that study that and the East Argent Parkway were intended to accommodate 9,500 homes.
Yes, sir.
So I just want to clarify that answer to those who said, oh, there's going to be so many more cars. That is all part of the 9,500 home density that was figured into the creation of the East Argent Parkway. So it's not in addition to what the total PDD always envisioned, okay? I also want to point out, and this will be a question for you, the light at New River and Argent, which this goes into, was granted as a temporary light. And a temporary light, correct me if I'm wrong, did not require all the intersection improvements that a permanent light would require, including the length of the turning lanes, the width of the turning lanes, and all the things that a permanent light goes in. So we did that because the intersection was becoming increasingly dangerous, and rather than wait till all that work got done, we said, okay, we'll accept a temporary light until we get to the point where we're able to do the rest of the improvements. So that leads to my question. When can we expect that temporary light to be turned into a permanent light with all the necessary intersection improvements?
That is a question that staff has been working with internally, externally, as part of the 1% with the widening of Argent Boulevard. All of it has to be in concert. There's also some wetland concerns there at that intersection that folks didn't know about it at a certain time, that we're back on the Argent Cottages side. I do not have a specific date on that. I know it is being worked on. I know that it is a question that Matt Davis has pretty much every day, and Carla and Jody and everyone are working on that to make sure it happens as soon as possible within all those parameters.
Okay, and thank you for that answer. And the reason why I asked this question, so everybody understands, because we constantly get it, and we're getting it at another intersection up the road. The number one priority with the transportation sales tax has been identified as Argent Boulevard. One of the reasons why it's identified as the top priority is because it probably will take the longest to design. Design because there's existing conditions, there's wetlands, there's easements that have to be obtained, and also the county has decided to make this a federal project. Do so because that will get us an additional $12 million in addition to the $57 million we have devoted to that roadway. So DOT and smart planning, we are not going to do individual intersections until the entire 4-mile corridor is done. So the answer to that, and that's going to, it's going to impact when that gets done. The design of the entire corridor will have to get completed before even DOT is not going to approve something, and then the design comes a month later and says something else has to be done. So just so you know the timetable of everything that's happened. And what Mr. Mearsman said, our understanding that the bids went out for the light at Argent and 278. They have been the contracts have been awarded, and I have been told, right, Mr. Gruber, that the optimistic projection is the end of 2026.
Yes, sir, November of 2026.
Don't count on that. But That's DOT's answer, not ours. But the contractor, now that they have the contract, will have a performance obligation, hopefully, and that will happen. There was a wildlife study, and was that done separately for each development, or is that done as the total PDD requirement?
It's done as part of the PDD requirement, but then there's additional steps when they come for site development permit, because we know they're getting closer to the actual process of construction at that point. So we update it along the way.
They'll be updated. And Riverton Point had the same
Correct.
requirements. Okay. Now, something came up that I just want to clarify, because that goes to the traffic. What is the required PDD 6 mile? Is it 2 lane in each direction for a total of 4, or 1 lane in each direction?
That road has been designed from the beginning as a 4-lane, 2 on either side from 170 to Argent Boulevard.
Okay. So at the start, it will not be 4 lanes.
Initially,
It
they will
just-
build 1 lane in each direction, and that's
On the-
probably where that language was, because there, as you've heard in lots of meetings, there was the debate whether you build the outside 2 or the inside 2, and but that is all being done as part of the engineering.
It's all part of and also, as required of the PDD, there is a sidewalk and bike lane the entire length, although it has to cross over from one side to the other at certain points.
Yes, it's
right?
not consistent because of wetlands and other factors, but it is on constant throughout the length of the road.
So this speaks to the total plan of the traffic. To accommodate those 9,500 homes, of which the 1,100 at Rivington Point is part, that was required to be a 4-lane with a sidewalk and bike lane, the striped bike lane too?
A multi-use
Multimodal, okay.
multi-use path is what
All right.
is worded.
All right, so that's all in the plan in the future, and all those 9,500, including this 150, were taken into consideration as part of it.
And that is looked at, just for everyone's clarification, it's looked at when they come in for a master plan to make sure it's on there. It's looked at as we go through the process to get to a development permit, and then it's really studied in detail at the SRC step, like as we've mentioned.
Okay. Now, one question, the homes closest to Riverton Point, right? They're 2 or 3 stories, right? Either option, 2. And we saw sight lines, and you see the roof line. What if we changed the ones that are most affected, whatever ends up, either option, along Riverton Point, we change them to 1-story cottages? It's a layout that is increasingly being used at Sun City and Margaritaville, and there seem to be a very desirable layout, as well as being smaller square footage, more affordable. So to keep with your goal, that might be a way to get to a price point that may be lower than $450,000, $475,000. At the same time, not decrease the planned density. You could do, I mean, Margaritaville, many years ago, when they first got started, they came up with this cottage layout where there's like 4 all together. They're in a different kind of square location with a common ground. I guess what I'm saying to you is there's other ways to skin the cat of tree line and visibility without, and I understand land development and you got, you're not a nonprofit organization. I want to respect that. But here is at the same time, I want you to think about a option that may solve both problems or may mitigate some of them. So number two, do you have any objection, and this is why I was trying to press you on what you want, to this alternative plan? Add in my single-story things. And if you can't answer that, and I know I'm throwing it on, and perhaps, because we got a big stack of stuff tonight. Normally, we don't accept that from our clerk or our city manager. We want them a week in advance so that we can study it and we don't have to come here. And so both that and my questions to you may necessitate us to come back at a later date and postpone this vote tonight. And I think, because I don't want to put you on the spot, and I don't want to be on the spot, you're seeing an alternative. I think it's a reasonable thing. I think it's reasonable to, still have the same amount of units, but make them one story. But, you certainly can answer those two questions now, or you can wait and I could ask council to consider tabling it and come back at a later date.
Yeah, I also.
Yeah, you should. I've got the microphone, so you should be very careful.
Respectfully, for the record, staff did not see this either until this presentation was done. So we haven't done an analysis on it. So
and that's why
we want to be cautious how we proceed.
Option, because there's a lot of new information tonight, and I'll quote Mr. White. He always says, "We don't want to be in a rush to make a mistake," and you heard my opinion earlier tonight about the last development. Let's wait and get it right if that's what's necessary.
Don't dispute getting it right. I don't know that it's my answer would be yes, but it would be yes under the premise that we can get our first approval, and it's if I'm being 100% transparent, it's based on the idea that we're on our fifth extension right now with the underlying contract, right? So I would say yes to that alternative plan today if it would move us forward to the next council reading and not put us in a position of tabling the vote, but it puts the planning department in a compromised position because they haven't reviewed it yet.
Okay, so that's one question. How about my single-story question?
Rusty had a good point, which could be we could have a conditional approval for the first reading. Can I say yes to consideration of a single-story plan? We don't have one currently, to be transparent, right? A single-story cottage plan.
See, you learned something new tonight.
So a single-story cottage plan on the basis of, there's townhomes in Riverton Point right across the street from these homes that are afflicted, right? So the sight lines one direction are no different than the sight lines in another direction, but we would be, I wouldn't say no to the cottage plan. It's just that's also a sort of a conditional, acceptance or suggestion. We haven't even explored that yet. So that's a soft yes, I guess is what I'm saying here.
The reason, and one of the reasons why I'm asking you this, and particularly, and maybe they're not all, but in certain spots, I still, in my visit to the site, I guess on the map here, the south side, that would be
to the right. Yep.
To the right.
Yes,
okay. Sir. The proximity to the homes under the original plan, and with that open space there where you're going to have kids and light, I brought up the lights the last time. it's really, really close. I mean, it's just, and part of the problem, and here's why we're asking you to consider options. Riverton Point came in, the PDD existed, and they exercised their right, and they built right up to the property line. You're coming in, do you want to do the same? Understand. But we have a situation now where we want to try to do what's best for everybody. And not everything may be, any compromise, maybe everybody doesn't get everything they want, but at least let's use it as a basis to come away that everybody can feel better than what they do today, including me. So whether that needs a tabling till March 5th, or it just to get us, I personally, I know what you're asking for, but I hate a vote that's conditional. Because if you want me to vote tonight, I'm voting no. So I'm not sure that's what you want. I'm voting no because I don't know what I'm looking at. And I don't know fully until staff has a chance to bring it back to us. I hate conditional yes votes on first reading. That's me personally.
Mayor, if I might add along with that, because we want to be successful on all, from our ordinance, from our comprehensive plan,
Right.
for the applicants, for the residents. We just got this, had a short conversation. We don't want to go where we did with another industrial development where we started doing conditions and changing things during a council meeting. And we didn't get what we wanted in the end. I don't think anybody did. So we want to make sure that we're careful with that, but we're working with his timeline as well. So we will be able to review things as you want us to. However, and we would like to just encourage you that we want to look at this thoroughly.
I don't know what you just said.
We don't want to make a mistake either.
So
We wanna make sure-
are
we
you
wanna make
saying you would prefer us to table it, or you prefer us to pass on first reading?
I agree with you on the wanting to be successful, but conditional approvals do sometimes end up with problems for us continuing it along
okay.
the way. And I
I
apologize for my
understand.
lack of knowledge.
I
of
understand. And
wording today.
I wasn't fair to put you on the spot, but
You covered yourself.
yeah, she did really good. So, if we did reach that conclusion, would 2 weeks be enough time to you get ready? And I'm asking both of you, the applicant, the engineers.
Earlier than Friday.
Next Wednesday. Ooh. We can make every effort to make that happen.
That's why he gets the big bucks, right? Okay, so we understand each other, and I know we put you on the spot with new proposals, and that's why I think for me, and it'll have to go to council vote, but for me, I'd feel a lot better, even just being able to digest what was handed me tonight, if we took first reading in 2 weeks. Listen, I just want to say, you have a right to build. We want you to build and be successful, but we want you to do so in a way that is being a good neighbor, I guess, and find a solution that we all can be happy with, okay? Including the 5 of us up here. All right, thank you.
Mayor, can I add one thing to your proposal? Can you put in a berm and fence idea in that to cover that open area?
Good. Let's see what that means too, and also in terms of, don't answer. I want you to think about it. This fence idea has been proposed. Thank you, Mr. Mearsman, for reminding me. And again, consistency, it's not uncalled for or unexpected in other developments. So it has precedent, I guess, is what was mentioned earlier. And so, again, think about it. Think about what we can do. And maybe the alternative helps alleviate some of that need, okay? I did, somebody brought something up, and I'm surprised Mrs. Guzman didn't jump all over this. We don't want little kids swimming in the lagoon at night. And you know what? We were all teenagers. I'm surprised I survived it. So are my parents, by the way. But at any rate, just think about those things and you know, and come back to us, okay? 2 weeks isn't going to kill anybody. Again, if the council agrees.
Can I add one more?
Oh, you again?
Just one.
Oh, okay.
Let's go.
Can we address the stormwater issue? Like, really address the stormwater issue?
That is taken care of in our ordinances already. They
Okay.
cannot do,
No overtopping?
no, they cannot.
Overflowing, none of that?
And that, as I mentioned before, it's covered in a master plan, a drainage master
Okay.
plan now and throughout the process. So many times.
I just want to make sure that river doesn't happen again.
You
Yeah.
know, constantly you can't plan for some extraordinary event, but it's the best that the Army Corps and DES and all of the federal agencies want us to.
Thanks, Brenda.
May I make a suggestion, Mrs. Guzman, because I know how passionate you are and how detailed you are. Would you please make an appointment with Ms. Brana and go over everything that you're concerned about to your satisfaction or dissatisfaction, okay? And if you're dissatisfied, I'm sure we'll hear about it on the 5th.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. So at this point, I'd like a motion to approve, disapprove, table, whatever.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we table this item till 2 weeks further regarding the information that has been provided and the requests that we have made of the developer.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Any further comments by council? Questions? Seeing none, I'll call for a voice vote on this. All in favor, please say aye. 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 All opposed? Okay. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you, everyone from Riverton Point, for your input. I think we're all a lot wiser as a result of your input. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can we have a 5-minute break?
Yes.
Actually, we might need a tad longer. I need to,
Yeah. Council, 10 minutes, okay?
yeah, that'd be good. Wait,
Um,
get out of here.
We're going to, Mr. Gruber, Mrs. Maines, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 7:42.
You already took your break.
I didn't know, I can't wait. I was seeing you.
Thinking the same thing.
Jimmy, last time I went back to me.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
That became apparent to me because I was going to ask him that question. Do you have the authority?
second reading of an ordinance to annex into the city of Hardyville approximately 111 acres. No, we didn't. We never closed. But thank you. And wetlands located off of Perrysburg Road and US Highway 17 to be known as Pintail Creek PDD. This is also item number D and E. These three are all related ordinances. Mr. Gruber, will you lead us off, please?
Thank you, Mayor. As you have accurately indicated, items C, D, and E are all related to the same development. So item C essentially authorizes the annexation of the property into the city limits. Item D then assigns the zoning classification for that property now that it's been brought into the city. And then item E adopts the master plan, laying out how the development that was approved in the development district is actually laid out on the site. So all three, again, are together. I would identify, this is up for second reading. It was passed unanimously at first reading. Nothing has changed with regards to the details of the application, but I would like to put on the record, both for the public's benefit, the applicant's benefit, and for council's benefit, that one of the questions that had come up last time was regarding the encroachment permit from SCDOT regarding the roadway improvements that were discussed at first reading. To be clear, we will require as a condition precedent that an approved encroachment permit from SCDOT be provided to us in order for us to release the staff review land disturbance permit. So they will be mandatorily required to provide that, and the improvements need to reflect what was discussed at first reading.
Okay. So those notes have been, that Mr. Gruber referred to, have been duly noted for the documents. Okay. I think that I'll let Mrs. Guzman. You want the documentation?
Yes,
Okay,
yeah.
we'll
Okay.
let's, you handle that. I'm not gonna steal your thunder. So, but now wait your turn.
Mayor, the applicant is here this time.
Yes,
He was not
I
available
just
last
met
time?
them, but I
Okay.
would like them to come up and introduce themselves.
Evening, Council, Mr. Mayor, I'm Nathan Sturry. I'm the civil engineer and land planner for the project. We also have.
Good evening. I'm Oleg Mitnik. I'm one of the owners of the project.
And just to clarify, we met this gentleman via Zoom at the last meeting. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Yes, face to the voice.
Now, we have, just for the record, these are three separate votes, and they're three separate public hearings. But I would encourage anyone from the public who has any comments regarding any of the three, let's just do it once, or if you have additional things to say, you can say it later. But at this time, I'd like to open it up to the public for any comments or questions that the public may have. Oh, can we try to accommodate that?
That's okay. We'll try to.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Hold on, sir.
Your speaker's in the ceiling. There's a microphone, so you're good.
3 Perrysburg Road, right there off of 1795, dead corner. I'm 17 and Perrysburg, we're right there at the corner. I've got some major concerns about the traffic that's going to impact that area, not to mention what wildlife's already being dispersed from what's going on now. I see turkeys that I've never seen before on the property. I'm starting to see more rabbits, not to mention coyotes and everything else that normally I don't see a lot of. So it's really disturbing the wildlife in that area. I also see with Pintail, it's basically underwater now. So I don't know how they're gonna develop something that's underwater. Basically, I'm almost concerned it's like a wetland now. And I know you're gonna have to widen the road coming down Perrysburg. Is that gonna be on my side or on the other side? Or both sides? I got a lot of questions.
Please clarify a little bit. When you turn off 17 onto Perrysburg.
Correct.
You're Perrysburg.
I'm right there.
You're right there. As you make the right, you're on the left-hand side at that house right there?
The gray house.
Gray house, okay.
I look out my front door into the gun range front door.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure I have an understanding. Thank you. Anything else?
We already got a big traffic impact there anyway. Since I've been there in the 13 years married to my wife, we've had 4 or 5 bad accidents. People trying to get across 17. As a matter of fact, we've had them cut through the yard when we bought that property on, right on 17. When we bought that, had traffic snarled up there to where they couldn't come down Perrysburg and get onto 17. They cut through my property to get onto 17. I've got some concerns about traffic.
Can we put up the, we didn't do that, but can we put up the map of, I'd like to see visually what we're looking at?
Presentation from last reading available here, so this will have the.
I have to apologize that I didn't make it to the first meeting. I had a liver transplant in July last year.
Well, I hope you're doing well.
Are you? Mayor, is this what you'd like to see?
Yeah, I want to see what he's referring to, because the accidents, there's a median cut. I've got to get where.
Median cut is right.
And where's this gentleman's house?
Like 17 in Perrysburg.
All right, I'm trying to.
This one? This one?
His property's right there. Oh, this one.
Okay, so that's it, where the little arrow was just there, right?
Yes. Oops, sorry.
Okay. So right at that intersection currently is a median cut. And in this proposal, would you go over once again, I know we talked about it last time, where's the ingress and egress here? Is it just the one road?
Okay. So, we're doing a full access intersection here, it's already full access. We are just improving the turning radius. We're providing a deceleration lane into that. And we're also providing an acceleration lane out of the right in, right out. This is a shifted driveway for the gentleman's property. That was shifted ahead of Oleg buying the property by SCDOT. That was instructed by SCDOT to show this as a single family drive. His driveway currently cuts through Mr. Mitnick's property here. And we are going to improve this intersection in the hopes that it'll improve safety. We have Kimley Horn on the team who did a full traffic analysis that's been approved by SCDOT for this development. And if we can make the Riverport connection happen, that will only improve the situation.
Take traffic off of that intersection.
Yes, sir. A majority of the traffic for this site we see coming through the right in, right out, right here, because that's going to access the majority of the property.
Hope to bypass this entrance.
Yes, sir.
At a future date.
Yes, sir.
So I see the single family off of 17 that you're showing coming in to the property. There's two sets of property there. One is the one that's right on 17 and comes up to the entrance for her mother's property. Her mother owns the property behind that front piece. Two separate properties there. So how much land is being taken from either property?
No, sir.
None.
So we're accessing through an existing access easement on the adjacent parcel right here. That easement is in place. And you can tell that we've done over and beyond to try to minimize the development around this property, as we know that's going to be adjacent use that we'll want to screen and buffer.
Okay, thank you. Let's start with Mr. Carroll. Oh, I'm sorry, before I close public comment, any other public comments?
How much of a buffer zone do I have on the property there?
Want to know about the road, Mayor. He wanted to know about the road, how much it was going to take. That was his question.
Like I said, I'm sorry I didn't make it to the first meeting, so I don't know what's being.
Well, I just want to keep the order of the meeting.
I can ask it.
So you can,
I'll ask it and get.
you'll ask, okay.
So we're gonna be incorporated into the city limits then? Or are we outside?
Not
I'll
you.
still be counted.
The Pintail development will be incorporated in the city limits.
I'll be
But
outside.
you're not part of that. Is that correct?
Right.
So those white areas are still unincorporated.
So we will be still, if any law enforcement responds, it'll be the sheriff for us, everyone else will be city.
Yes.
Correct? Fantastic.
Okay. Any other public comments or questions? Mr. Carroll, you want to take it from here?
I'll follow up on the gentleman's question, because I know Ms. Guzman, that was her major point of concern, was the road. Because I was born and raised here, so I know, I've been back, I know how that road is. And that was one of her big things, and it was talked about, Josh mentioned it again tonight. But I think your question is maybe you can help him about when you do correct it or whatever with the DOT, how's that going to affect him? That's what you wanted to know. Is it going to affect him, or how will it affect him?
No, sir, it should not affect him as we see it. He has a dedicated driveway right off of 17, and
I'm familiar with that.
the movement in that intersection will improve according to the traffic study.
Okay, so the road enhancement's not going to affect his at all, so is what he's saying.
It is entirely off his property, and I just want to clarify, we're not widening Perrysburg or Pintail Creek. We're just addressing the shoulder concerns that everybody had and the ditching along there to make it a safer road and improving the asphalt there.
All right, and I had asked you 2 or 3 questions before that you had answered to my satisfaction, and that's all I wanted to ask, but I wanted him to be satisfied about the county versus city and the road and whatever, and I think you've done that.
Mr. White?
No questions. I think I agree with John. You answered that question that was coming up.
Mrs. Guzman?
Okay, I think Josh already addressed this, Mr. Gruber. It's about the permitting for Pintail Creek Road. If when these gentlemen are going to do their improvements, if they don't get their improvement from SCDOT, then we don't issue them the permit to carry on with the project, correct?
Correct. They would need, if they're not able to obtain an encroachment permit to construct the improvements as
Right.
reflected on this document,
Yes.
they would need to come back to us, presumably with an amendment and again, presumably with whatever DOT would tell them they need to do instead of this.
Yes.
But if it's not this, it has to come back. It only moves forward if they receive the approval to construct the improvements as you have approved them.
Okay, and that's going to be included in any documentation? We're going to have documentation on that?
Yeah, correct. It'll be a mandatory requirement to release the staff review committee land disturbance permit.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mearsman.
First off, the right-of-way off of 17. There's plenty of right-of-way without encroaching into this gentleman's front yard and all of that, okay? The church that's around the corner on Purysburg Road. Have you had contact with those folks over there?
We have not at this time, but we know that during construction, it's not going to go on Sundays. And so we are going to approach the church, get their schedule for any daycare they're running or Sunday school, and make sure we work with them to make sure they don't
The
lose
construction won't be
access.
going on Saturdays either. We have some strict ordinances here.
Okay, yes, sir.
Because there is a cemetery there, it is a used facility. Please keep trying to make contact with them, good neighbors that way. Relationship to the roads, improvements there. You have your permit in hand, and then you have our permit. Your plan is to improve the road before you really get doing the land disturbance back in there?
Yes, sir, and DOT has required that we do a full pavement analysis of Purysburg and Pintail Creek Drive, and then improve it to standards that will support the trucks.
Okay, that's why I want to make sure, because other times and other places, that once the permit's in hand, the land clearing, everything else starts, and then you go back to it. So you have that all in place. Keep working with the Riverport people, because establishing that access through them will take a lot of the traffic off of Purysburg Road and your second entrance there. That's the ideal thing. These folks' properties will be less affected. The last question I have, are you still in talking with the folks that remain in the county along Pintail Creek Road, as far as, eventually, those properties may become your properties. It would make sense if I lived along there and the time was right, I would sure look at that. But please, as you begin your project, be conscious of the folks that are still living there. It's residential, it's quiet, these folks have the same thing there. We have our ordinances of our construction times, adhere to them, please. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
First of all, I'm a little disappointed about something, and it just goes to speak why you probably heard me say I hate giving conditional approvals on first reading. I specifically asked that before second reading, that church be contacted, and that has, I just learned it has not happened. I'm really disappointed at that, because it was a condition of approval at the first time. And I know you're limiting hours of operation, but just being a good neighbor, I think you need to have a conversation with them. And I expected that to be done within the past 2 weeks. I'm a little disappointed that it wasn't done.
Yes, sir, and we fully intend to, it just the timing has not worked out to.
So what I would like to put in this is that there be a contact and a written report. If we pass this tonight, there be a written report to this council on the outcome of that conversation before any permit is issued, okay? Let's make that a condition. And I want them contacted. I want to know, I want the council to know exactly the tenor of that conversation, okay? Let's be a good neighbor, okay?
My first plan of action tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Also, we said at first reading, and we offered our help to talk to the Riverport people about that back road. As Mr. Mearsman said, this is very important to the approval of this project. We want that road. And if you're not making progress with those people, we know how to, we have their phone number, okay? So, Mr. Gruber, would you and I make sure that we have a conversation with our friends?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, one last thing, and we probably covered this 2 weeks ago, but refresh my memory. And I brought it up because this gentleman mentioned accidents. That intersection of 17 and Purysburg Road, am I getting closer? Puri. It's hard to teach an old Yankee new trick. So what I'm concerned about, and I can see the source of accidents is that median cut coming out of there. So if trucks are coming out of there and they're allowed to make that left-hand turn, that to me is the source of trouble. So is this intended to be a left turn onto that median cut?
Yes, sir, that is the intent right now. We needed a full access, and without the Riverport connection, that was our only full access point for them to make a left turn out of the site. Yeah, and these aren't going to be big semi trucks that are coming into this site. It's going to be small box trucks, local vans, AC repair guys, that kind of traffic. We're not anticipating big semi trucks moving through this area.
No, I understand. It's one of the reasons why I didn't object to this, that this is going to be small businesses and not, massive warehouses. And that that's a product that we could use more of as opposed to the warehouses that are happening in other places. But that left-hand turn does concern me. I don't know what else. Question, ladies. Where's the next median cut? I should have went down there and
I think it's about 1,500 feet down just
Further
before
down.
Riverport.
Yeah, it is, Mayor.
because where I'm headed, because we looked at a project earlier tonight.
I know it's really
Don't touch it.
sensitive tonight.
This is the next one, sir, right here, just south. During the TIA development, it was determined that an improved turnaround point was not required by the state for this project, as the level of traffic didn't warrant it. I think once, Riverport Parkway connects, most folks will take a left and either go south towards Savannah or try to hop on 95 through Riverport.
And I do believe this is another place where we can use the encroachment permit and the DOT permits and working with the TIA prior to us giving any permits for.
Yeah, I would like to, prior to you giving any permits and to satisfy Mrs. Guzman's concern, let's make sure that we have DOT's appraisal of that, because it's 60 miles an hour down there, whether it's a big truck, a little truck, or even a car. The trucks, and Mr. Gruber went down and I went down recently, those medians don't really accommodate a very long truck, even a box truck. And so if they're not going to wait, they're going to stick their butts out there and say, you stop, I'm bigger than you. And, that's what happens. It's the reality. So I'd like to, again, prior to permitting, I'd like to hear DOT's take on that. So I want to make sure, A, we take care of this nice young couple's concerns and make sure that they're not encroached upon. We have to improve the roads that going back there, and let's get a statement from the church and DOT on that intersection, okay? And since this is second reading, if it passes, then this council wants to have a written report on this, okay? On all these items, whenever everything's tied up. Okay, I'm done. So at this point, this first ordinance is for the annexation only. So I'd like a motion to approve, disapprove, or make any changes to the second reading of ordinance 202-602-05A, which annexes 111 acres into the city limits.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion for approval of 2026-02-05A.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any further comments or questions by council? Seeing none, I'll call for a voice vote on this. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay, you are now part of the city. Don't thank me, and we may turn down the other things, and then you're stuck with us. Okay. Now, the second reading is to adopt the planned development district, okay, for the same 111 acres. And this is ordinance 202-602-05B. Mr. Gruber, is there, or staff, is there any other information we need to consider?
No, sir.
So, as required, the public, any further comments or questions after you've heard the other discussions? Is there anything further you'd like clarification on?
We still gonna have that easement right off of Perrysburg to come in?
Can I answer that?
I didn't see, I couldn't see the map that good.
At this time, we don't see any changes to what is the existing condition for this gentleman's property here.
So there's no changes to any easement that exists. So we're not infringing on any rights that he has currently. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Sir, does that answer your question? Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the public? Okay. Seeing none, I'd like a motion to approve, disapprove, or make any changes to this ordinance which adopts a planned development district.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion, we adopt 2026-02-05B.
We have a motion, we have a second.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any further comments or questions by council? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay, one last piece to this, and that is the initial master plan, which shows shows how this was going to be laid out, which was just up there. This is ordinance 2026-02-05C. And before before I turn it over, I'm sorry, I forgot to answer one of your questions. The wildlife question came up at the first reading. You weren't here. Mrs. DeCourcy brought it up. And of course, it was something, I thought it was a good question, and we asked. We put up a map showing the potential migration of wildlife. And there was that would be the south, right? There's a huge parcels of, of wetlands that, there we go, that any disturbance of wildlife would have a place to migrate to. And that was what we felt was a satisfactory answer. I know you weren't here, but This is part of the Riverport PDD, which is, these are protected wetlands, right? So it can't be touched. So there's plenty of acres there for whatever wildlife can go over there. And we can also have them come to your yard to eat your flowers if you like.
But I don't hunt it.
Yes, sir.
Full name.
Sir, for our public record, we also need your name and address.
23 Perrysburg Road, Hardyville, South Carolina.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Mr. Mearsman, another question that you brought up. Property can only be annexed at the request of the landowner. So unless you ask to be annexed in, we can't take your property. Oh, and you obviously don't want that. So just so you know, the annexation laws are very clear. We can only say yes or no to somebody, to the owner's request. And you're not requesting it, so we're not taking it. Okay. All right. So this is the initial master plan. We have no further comments by staff. Any further comments by the public? Okay. Council, Mr. Mearsman, any questions? No, sir. Mrs. Guzman?
No, sir.
Mr. White?
No.
Mr. Carroll?
No.
Okay, so then I would like a motion to approve, disapprove, or make any changes to, this is ordinance 2026-0205C.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve on second reading ordinance 2026-02-05C.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any further comments or questions by council? Seeing none, I'll call for a voice vote on this. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Sir, thank you, madam. Thank you very much for coming and voicing your concerns. If at any time, anything that was represented here does not take place, and any further concerns while this is taking place, please contact our city manager, and we will do all we can to be a good neighbor, okay? And keep you and your property protected and safe. So thank you for coming and sharing your concerns. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
And say hello to the pastor tomorrow morning for me, please.
I actually stopped by but was locked again, so
It is, Mayor, hard to get to. It stays locked a lot.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice evening. What's left of it. Okay, we have one last piece of business. This is a resolution of the City of Hardyville, South Carolina, authorizing the city to enter into a partnership agreement with GTIS Partners for the design and construction of the Hardyville Commerce Park entrance signage. Mr. Gruber, please.
Thank you, Mayor. This is an item that we've been working on for a while now as part of our development of the Commerce Park off of Highway 17. We've been working for a while, and I believe I've shared a copy of the renderings of this monument sign with you previously. That is still the design that we're moving forward with. But despite our best efforts, we were not able to get this cost below the threshold of $100,000. Otherwise, I would have signed off on this and moved it forward. So we've come in with a price tag of $107,000, which is why the matter is coming before you this evening, since it crossed that $100,000 threshold. But again, very excited about the design. It's going to look very classy, but incorporate a number of low country design elements, including some tabby, some landscaping, some nice backlighting, something that we're really going to be proud about once it gets installed. And I would add, this is coming out of a line item specifically for improvements to the Commerce Park, and is included within this year's budget.
Okay, I'll open this up to the public. Any comments or questions from the public? Come forward, state your name and address for the public record.
Oh, that was my comment.
Oh. I thought you were raising your hand to go. Okay.
Sounds wonderful.
Okay. Thank you. It's a very nice sign, and it's being paid for from the profits of us selling the land and developing that. That's probably one of the greatest things that we've done as a city, in my opinion. Excuse me. All right. So, Mr. Carroll, do you have any questions about it?
No, so I talked to Josh about it, and like I say, it's just a nice man of formality, because it's 7,000 over his authorized limit.
Okay. Mr. White, how about you?
Impressed with the design and all the features, and I think the additional $7,000 is reasonable and no problem.
Mrs. Guzman?
No questions, sir. Josh did an awesome job with explaining to us at our meeting what this all entails, so I have no further questions.
Mr. Mearsman?
No questions.
I have none either, because I saw it, and it's very classy. We've had public comments, we've had council questions. I'd like a motion now to approve, disapprove, and make any changes to this resolution.
So moved, sir.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion. We have a second. Any further comments or questions by council or the public? Seeing none, I'll call for a voice vote on this. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay. Now we have the manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. I had one item this evening that I wanted to bring to the public's attention. So next week, we are going to be facilitating a screening of the award-winning documentary filmmaker Luana Graves Sellers. She's a Hilton Head Island resident and native islander. And we're going to be showing her film, Harriet Tubman from Railroad to Spy, on Monday, February 23rd at 5:30 p.m. at the Hardyville Rec Center. And that's all I have this evening.
You said 5:30?
Yes, ma'am. 5:30 on February 23rd at the Hardyville Rec Center.
Thank you.
It's approximately 1 hour in length, and then there'll be a Q&A session with Ms. Sellers after the screening.
Great. Let's do reverse alphabetical order and start with Mr. White.
Yeah, in terms of activities, some planning meetings that I attended, working with some of the staff, with some of the constituents in the community who have some requests, and I worked with me on a couple of people. We're going to finish up on that, and other than that, I don't have anything additional to say.
Okay, Mr. Mearsman, please.
Nothing to say this evening, sir. Wow. Thank you, John.
They gotta have it.
Mrs. Guzman, oh boy, fatigue is settling in the crowd.
I attended the Low Country Economic Development Summit yesterday, and it was very interesting to hear how other jurisdictions are doing things and prospering, and you gave me some ideas to incorporate into the city. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Carroll.
Just a few, sir.
Forgot my alphabet.
Attended the Jasper County Chamber of Commerce presentation the other night, and it was very interesting, very informative. Most of the stuff I was familiar with, but they did have a few things I was not aware that they did, so it was pretty impressive. Also, I will meet next week with the new director of LCOG. I've been talking to him. We have our first LCOG meeting next Thursday, but I will meet with Hank. He and I have been emailing. I'll meet with him before Thursday to go over the agenda for his first meeting I'm looking forward to. And probably last and not least, but it's really ironic, Mayor, that we've been talking about the Pintail Golf Course. The developer of that golf course passed away yesterday. He was born and raised in Hardyville, lived in Hardyville for many years, and moved away, he and his wife, several years ago. But he's the one that came up with the design, and he ran it for many years. And anyway, he passed away yesterday, so his name's Hal Bennett. So I wanted to recognize, because a lot of local people are familiar with Hal. And that's it.
All right, because I'm sure everybody wants to get out of here. I'm just going to have one thing to say. The Youth Council chose as their project this year. They have this desire to help ease the life of our homeless population. The police department's been terrific. The media department's been great. Miss Cindy, we will have the flyer done probably in the next day or two. I'd like to put a collection box out, and there will be collection boxes in each of the high schools the students attend. I would ask the public if you have any kind of clothing, personal hygiene items that you're not using, that you want to, particularly coats, jackets, although it's going to get warmer now, they're still going to need them next year. So if there's any way that you want to help our youth council, help the on-house population, please come and give your items, and we'll have a collection box in the hallway of City Hall. Is that okay, Mr. Groover?
Absolutely.
Okay. That's all I have to say. And at this point, I would accept one more motion for the evening.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we adjourn.
Second.
Whoa.
That's the most enthusiasm I've seen out of you all night. Okay.
All month.
All year.
Okay. If no one has any discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And let's get out of here. Thank you all for joining us tonight.
Mayor, there's a
Stay so late.
Well,
tonight?
I would like to make it clear, we did offer to put this at the beginning of the agenda this evening, but my understanding is in order to meet your requirements from the federal level, it was necessary to have it at the end of the meeting.
Yep.
I
So
didn't.
Michelle sent you.
She did. I'm here for Michelle. And you said you're meeting Hank?
Yeah.
He's
You
a
know,
good guy so far.
I'm such an idiot. I'm sitting here looking at you, and I'm saying, I wonder what she's here for.
We're trying to figure out if I was going to complain.
I thought, uh-oh, we're good.
Yeah, he's out of town till tomorrow, right?
I didn't see him in there today.
He's at a conference, finance conference or something. Hank,
I'm not sure.
yeah, he'll be back tomorrow.
Are you able to pull up my?
Sent in?
Yes.
Okay. Do we? Yes, I'll do it.
All the techie people left.
I don't think you got it. I don't think you got it. Really?
Slide. Which item is this? Let me pull up our website.
I would have been emailed from Alicia.
Not familiar with that email.
I'm not sure it's a federal guideline thing. You got to stay. That's why I had to be at the end of the meeting.
I get this drive now. In the case of tonight, it's also dinner. Unfortunately.
I don't know.
Okay.
It's okay.
I sent Felicia
I'll
the
roll
agenda,
without
but I don't remember getting it.
Puppy. Look at this.
It wasn't in our agenda packet? No?
Scratch your eyes out.
I know. We can give up. That means I don't have to click anything. There's nobody left from the public anyway. Are y'all from the public?
public, right, Chief?
Well, we're,
Chief, just go drag somebody back in here, please.
we're the public. We
You'll be
live
the
here,
public.
so we're
Thank you.
public.
Well, good evening. My name's Brenna Hancock, and I'm with the Low Country Council of Governments. Michelle is listed on the item for this, but I'm filling in for her. I'm sure you've had experience with Michelle in the past.
I believe so.
Okay, well, I'll make this a lot shorter than her. I'm not being recorded, Emma.
I'm gonna tell her,
Oh.
I'm gonna tell her Thursday night.
Oh, the camera busted me. Tonight's hearing is part of the town's participation in the Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG program, for the 2026 program year. The purpose of this is to gather input from the public on community needs and to help determine what projects your town might want to move forward with in this 2026 year. Public participation is required as part of the process. The CDBG program is funded by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development and provides resources to local governments to address housing, infrastructure, community development needs, and it has a primary focus on benefiting low to moderate income residents. For 2026, the South Carolina allocation is $20.1 million in CDBG funding, and that is administered by the South Carolina Department of Commerce. The state operates this program under a 5-year housing and community development plan. There is a draft 2026 action plan that explains how funds may be used this year. There are 3 CDBG funding categories. That is community development, business development, and regional planning. Most municipalities pursue community development projects, which focuses on infrastructure and neighborhood improvements. Typical projects include water and sewer improvements, drainage, community facilities, and other locally identified priorities. All projects must meet a national objective. Most commonly, that's benefiting low and moderate income residents. Business development and regional planning programs exist but are less commonly pursued by municipalities. Projects located within an opportunity zone may receive additional points during the application review process. The state applies performance thresholds to ensure communities can successfully manage their grant activities and timelines. There's also a limit to how many similar projects may be open at the same time. Federal law requires that housing programs operate free from discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, disability, family status, or national origin. CDBG projects must primarily benefit low to moderate income households based on the HUD limits. Hardyville participates in a regional home housing program that works across Beaufort, Colleton, Hampton, and Jasper counties to address housing needs. The program focuses on home rehabilitation, improving access to affordable housing, and supporting safe and decent housing options. The regional housing plan is currently being updated, and public input is important. If you have any comments about the housing needs in your area, please get in touch with the Low Country Council of Governments. At this time, I'll open the floor to public comments.
Would anyone from the public like to ask a question or make a comment?
Am I public? Am I public, Mayor?
You are public.
I just want to, do we have any outstanding, I guess Neil would know, CBDG grants now?
No, because we ran out of our qualifications as far as our LMI.
That's what I thought.
It's really precisely, I mean, it has to be a targeted area within the city. You have to do door-to-door surveys if you're gonna try to get a project going. Or we've got to look at doing some partnerships maybe with the county or whatever, trying to stretch that out. So with our limits, we have passed our area to be able to submit applications and stuff.
I thought you had told me that, but I didn't know if that had changed. Okay.
If you do have any projects in any areas where you might want to do a door-to-door survey, we can assist with that.
So we have tried the door-to-door survey before in our downtown
region, and we had poor success with even people coming to the door. It was several years ago. We tried to do it for a fire truck or something of that sort, and it didn't go over very well at all. So we're open to ideas. We're always looking for ways that we can get as much money as possible for the city. And we've tried to brainstorm on this for the past 4 or 5 years. I'm trying to figure out a project that would make sense and stuff to move us forward.
Right.
Is, I know you mentioned water sewer, is gas extension qualify for that? Gas lines?
It would part of the infrastructure development. It would be part of that growth and advancement.
So gas lines down White Hardy Boulevard would not qualify? It would. That's a shame.
Now, the best chance we've had was like trail type systems. We looked at that last year. Even the trail was really hard to try to put through. We talked about the trail coming back to the rec center over to the rec complex and trying to work our way through that. And we basically, Michelle worked with us and said that it's not going to work out very well. So we're constantly trying to identify projects, and we know there's some money, some stuff, economic development, different things of that sort tied to it. So we're trying to hit those spots whenever we can. Right now, we're just not able to. So
I'll tell you, as a practice, if we can spend other people's money rather than our own, we will always pursue it.
That's why I was asking the question.
That's it. So we've kicked around a couple of ideas. We've not found something that we think is viable yet. But anytime a new project comes up, one of the first questions we ask is, can we go chase some grant funding for it? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
in this case, it's really hard to get a project. So.
Any other questions? I do have one. Since I can tell from your accent you're not from New Jersey like me.
No.
I'd like to hear you say, excuse me, P-U-R-R-Y-S-B.
I practiced it. When I was back there, I practiced it. Hang on. Let me see it first.
P-U-R-R-Y-S-B.
I think he said it the way I would say it. Purries?
Purriesburg.
Oh.
See, it's not just people from New Jersey.
It's like cat. Like cat. Purr.
Puri, like a Purisburg.
John's been beating it into me for 3 years now. So I'm finally getting it.
He gave me an angry face.
Working 10 years on me, and I still get it wrong.
That's right, Church, Puri.
My coworker says it correctly.
I apologize
Jessica.
for making you wait.
Yeah, we're sorry.
You know,
Oh, it's fine.
Normally you don't go this long, so.
It was very entertaining.
You're welcome to come back next month.
We already adjourned.
It has crossed my mind.
From what I understand, Beaufort County city goes about 9 o'clock every meeting.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
That's what Neil was telling me.
The record is the school board at 2 a.m.
Ooh.
That's the record.
Did y'all get fed?
That I don't know.
Well, no other comments. That closes my section. Thank you.
Thank you.
Get it.
Do you have your signature page? Do we need to sign that page?
Fixing to say, we used to have to sign in, but
Prove that I did it.
I was wondering about that because we've always had to sign in the past.
I totally forgot about that, John. Forget, Daniel, you're part of the public tonight. You gotta sign too.
It's okay if I have to get my own sign. I don't really need it.
Now, do y'all typically keep those and send us a copy? Okay. Oh, if that's okay, I'll take it with me. Perfect. Thank y'all.
Thank you. I don't have an 8 o'clock meeting tomorrow. That's all I can say.
John, do you go